You said that for your agape, for your Shem, for your authority, for Old Testament was Torah. Under this new covenant, it's this covenant that we follow. We follow after you, the Lamb. Remember, David declared the Son, the Lamb, that makes Father the Ram. So thank you, Creator. Thank you, Father, for the persecution. It says long suffering. So that is the true gospel. It's not being, many are called, but few are chosen. So his bride is a teeny tiny flock. And so many are called and few are chosen. The chosen are the ones that are written. Written is what they did when they were here. Not it doesn't say name, it says Shem. And Shem meant authority or agape. What are you doing, puppy? Puppy's being crazy. What are you doing? Poor boy here. I thought I'd come in and share some of the true gospel. Remember, it's truth. Aletheia. Truth. He said, I am the Aletheia. So if you're sharing the light, then in the good news, you can articulate with the gospel. You can share it. Don't boast because you've been shown the narrow way, but woe if you don't go out and be a fisher of men. You're supposed to go out and cast, remember, seeds. He said the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. So you have to do these things. He makes you. He fills our heart daily with suffering so that we can share that, like he suffered and he was persecuted. So we give thanks to Father for persecution. If you're not being persecuted, you won't be called out at the supper. So that's why it's written on tables of our hearts. So we don't break bread with those that are not in the narrow way. That's what the word says. So just show them, if they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. That's all you're here to do. Everything else is secondary. Show everybody to the light. Hokadesh became flesh. That's Shiloh. Show them to the one who said, let no one take your crown. So you're not going to receive your inheritance, and then you'll gnash teeth. And you'll be wishing for just one yod, or they say that people in hell want ice water, right? He's that living water, like the woman at the well, remember? So you're overcome. Remember, a representation of his, they covered his face after they hung him from a tree, veiled him. Remember, to lift the veil is the word apocalypse. We live in that revelation. So I am Pastor Apocalypse because I minister this revelation, a witness to these celestial markers in the firmament that were declared before even the passing of the age. So the passing of time was by the clock, the celestial gospel firmament above your head, not tick-tock or hands on a clock, numbers, something hand pointed at a number. That's not time. So there's a clock above your head. They grew food. They knew there was a clock by the season. Genesis for times and seasons. It says Matthew, there will be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. So if you don't have TikTok rot brain and you have attention span more of a fly, remember, wings of a messenger. Messengers are the Greek word angelos. So like the king of Revelation, the one locked up in the pit. Remember, he's got the key to hell, knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of abyss. They'll gnash teeth. after the resurrection, well, the raising, right? You're going to get a new body, and there'll be a new heaven, which is not above your head, and a new earth, which is not, remember, the meek will inherit the earth. So earth is the ruled. So remember, he said, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word, Hokodesh spirit, will never die. So word, Shem, Agape. When I return, no one will know my agape. I'll make a new way. We messed this one up, this covenant as well. So don't worry, you're not going to turn goats into sheep. It's not possible. So the farmer gets the first fruits, remember? He already chose. It's called predestination, prohorizo. He's the divider. Splitting hairs. Well, horizo, he said, I am the divider of the flesh, the sin, the dark, the light. I separate the flesh from Hokodesh, spirit, ghost. But yeah, get out of here, Captain Caveman. You're lost. It's not for people with deaf ears. You have to have an apocalypse or a revelation. But deception is, remember, water, fish. So we're supposed to be fishers of men. It's the gospel, not some other. Add a single jot or a tittle, that's the other. You'll go to hell. It's not below your feet. Earth is the rule, not below your feet. Planet means wander. You can wander on out of here, Captain Caveman, or whatever hole you don't know the definition of a demon. You don't know what the definition of a demon is because you're an idiot. You don't know the definition of either of those words. Just like most people that go to hell. You don't know the definition of that word either. So goodbye. Get out of here. Remember? Rocks fall on us and hide us from the face of the Lord, right? So get away from me. You speak pig Latin. So, all right, you don't know what the definition is of demons. All right. If you can't define, then go away. Jezebel, remember? Don't go away mad, girl. Just go away. He tells us not to sup. You'll be persecuted. Do not sup. Remember, don't break bread. Show them to the narrow way. So if you can't define, then you're not welcome. And if you can't be corrected, that's your mother or father. He said, call no man father. That's Papa, remember, Pope. Don't do any of the religious stuff in here. So if you're religious, you can exit right now. Stage left or stage right. Remember, war doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. So remember, people are stuck in a box. So don't worry about it. It's not like anything you've ever heard, like goats, MAGA greatest of all time, like sheep, goats, vessels of wrath fitted for destruction, like bad apples. They do works of darkness, like one bad apple, like leavens the whole lump, upsets the whole apple cart. There you are, stuck in the box again. All right, there you go. Spinning on a block, right? Geometric shapes, geometry. They don't want to do math it doesn't add up. So hey, is this available? Is this available, Catherine? Is that what that is? Land. Rolling. They see me rolling. They hating. Yeah, it says, if you're loved by the world, you be hated by my Father. It's agape, is the word love. There's no such thing as love. No such thing as Lucifer. So, hey, there we go. Alfalfa, Timothy, or, well, no, that's not. Alfalfa's not. Moving on. Careful what you sup, remember? Don't cast your seeds like the mustard seed. The smallest grows to be the largest, like leavens the whole lump. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So there you go. What do you know? Remember? Then he let in Joe Biden. Remember? Joe Mama. What do you know, Joe? Remember? I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let Joe Biden. All right, so they're all in on it together. Remember? Two Wings to the same dragon, cheeks to the same hole. So it's okay. This channel is not meant for 99% or plus 0.9% of YouTube. Remember, two tubes, tube, two hollow needles spitting snake oil. So, like salesman. You're like a pushy salesman, but with Jesus. What kind of you on the Jesus juice? Who the hell is Jesus? So, I fell in love as Agape with the Hogadesh's word, spirit, ghost. So, we don't have the same tongue. Yours is alien. That means foreign, not somewhere in the sky. So, what am I thinking? I don't think anything. My mind is a quantum 5D. It's like math if you've never been here before. Not Mexican Americans, math. The American. Remember, you kick that can down the road, kind of like they kick the debt, the cycle. But remember, women have a cycle like a moon. They don't say that. How come nobody says that? Lunatics! I don't know what kind of cycle they're on. Some other time and place and space, remember? And get out of my space, because I don't do the world. World is to pervert. That means forward, so I don't speak like the world. So people don't like the words. That's Hokadesh that come out of my face, because they're not my own. So sometimes my thoughts are not my own, right? So I American, not American. Yeah, you are American, I bet. So I hate America. So you can hate the sin that a man, and we're equally yoked, man and woman, are this covenant, right? Not the sinner, but the sin that they commit. You're not supposed to love it. So not in Wyoming, nope. I'm in Oregon, at the rim of the Newberry crater, at the rim of the Great Basin. It's what makes up this southern edge of the Great Basin, higher than a Hippie and a B-2 bomber at 45. Well, Table Rock, that's 65, and get you up high at 8,000 if you plus over there. Top of that mountain, no more snow, then you can grow. What do you know, Joe? Remember? Then he let Joe Biden. So don't come in here with a forked tongue, speaking like a demonion. Remember? Distributed fortunes are lies, because we'll boot you out of here. So you can have a conversation about preparedness or some world events. That's not politics. Politics is a man-made word like gravity. There's no such thing as poly means many, and tick means bloodsucker, like a vampire. Many bloodsuckers, politics. Red and blue has been going since divide and conquer, Rome, remember? Remember, you can roam on out here, the word planet, wander. See ya! Get out of my space. There's no space. You don't live on a planet. It's not 2026. So if you disagree with any of these, you can just leave now. Grow up. It's an adult stream. You can do it we do it by the number here, right? Father does 7 to be matured. So ram's horn. We don't sup with pig Latin. It's all pig in it, so that's right. Huh? You stuck on dumb? You one of these people who think evolution like you're gonna grow a thumb, another thumb, or kickstand leaning on dumb, da-dum, dumb, dumb. There's no free will. Freedom. That's man-made too, right? No victim, no crime. Remember, crime is a term of commerce. So criminal, crime, it's been statute. So for enterprises or corporations. So mandates, I don't go on dates with men. So had a problem since the masquerade. People remember walking around with their face diaper ritual that they did on everybody. Stand on the X like Wally Cody. Wait for the anvil to drop. D-up! So I had to do it. So remember, XXX, stand on the, but it was 25 feet. You know, the buggy's going to get you if you don't put your buggy down. You got to push your buggy down or you'll get the buggy ritual they did on everybody. Remember, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. 3/11, March 11th, he declared the corona. You see what I'm saying? The virus, the old warp speed bug. Remember, Mr. Space Farce, king of the jab, $2.2 trillion. You forgot because you do poly. Remember, ticks. History's made every day. What are you doing? Remember, history's in a book. You're only seeing one side of your bias. Remember, come on by and give it a try. But they're trans 3-in-1 gender god with breast. So Booby Jesus. You ever heard that term? Never heard that in any other ministry, have you? So there's no Jesus. Don't be offended by breast. Suckle, those and suck in the day. So you treat your women's boobies like wheels, son. The ones that were too small, you went and got bigger ones. That's you Americans. So 22s or double Ds or whatever you float your boat. So you care more about the rack on your truck and the rack on your wife than you do the word. So that's okay. I'm not going to, I haven't seen that. I don't watch television, but that's something I've seen blogs about, but I just never watched enough blogs to know what that's about. I think I know the actor, somebody with a beard and long hair or something, maybe, but never. Tell Holly, like they wave the stick, like Lord of the Rings or whatever their little silly masquerade that they do, the Dumbledore for, I don't watch any of these things, but so I threw my television away in Lies to Your Vision. They program you, sting you. Remember, you get programmed, you watch TV Guide, but probably a little bit older. I'm about 100 billion million years old, so I'm not childish. I don't have time to be programmed. I threw my TV away in the 90s. So remember, they're in the box, being programmed. So we went to the moon, right? You got schooled. They told everybody, right? Got programmed, watched programs, got stung by the spelling bee, got schooled, went to school. They started getting you cursing and curses and cursive, and it's etymology is what it's called. But so, okay, goodbye. Go talk to somebody about stupid Hollywood pedophiles who are, goodbye. So 147? Oh, well, I'm eternal, so I never die. So only the flesh daily. So 147 is nothing. No matter of TikTok time, remember, it's like an Uber ride. Get out! Oh, never, just kidding. I apologize. You guys have never been here before. You're in for there's no luck. So there'll be no prizes. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. So the word stupid is to be nice. Don't come in here and try to be nice to me. Tell me watching television programs, a bunch of pedo Hollywood. I know my dad was an actor. My grandmother was an actress. My aunt was, the apple don't fall far from the tree. So don't talk no smack. I don't want to hear it. Put some fruit in here. If you're a fruitcake, you do this fruitcake, fruit daddy, carpet Jesus, whatever. There's no such thing as Jesus. Get away from me. He said, don't add, and now you're adding like fish hooks, hooked on phonics work for me. So phonics, yod. So it's a big stage. It's a world stage. Remember, they're fruitcakes. Remember, they do their fruitcake worship on their December 25th. Does anybody even eat that fruit vlog, whatever that wheel? Not sure what it is. The world stage, yeah. Dabu77. He's the first person I ever remember here saying that. So got to give props to Dabu. Did you guys see his last video that he dropped? The Third World War is already here, Dabu. I have much props for Dabu, but get prepared for war. It's already here. You can't say fruitcake. Okay, well, I say whatever the hell I want. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech. Remember, those weren't Jews. There's no such thing as a Jew. They were out of Judea. So, okay. Goodbye, North, with your B flat. So, full of hot air like the commander in Queef. I know. Psh, poof, the magic dragon. Jesus is Satan. So, is your Jesus birthed on December 25th? You worship Apollyon, the sun god. That's called Baal worship. You're a Jezebel, remember? This was taught to the children. Ahab married Jezebel, not fallen out of the sky. He said to meet him in the sky. That's not remember, the skies will roll back like cuckoo, like a scroll. Do you have any understanding of what you're talking about? No. You can get off your knees if you understand me. I know when I've been licked. Get it? Below me. So, yeah. There's no free will, but Congress, God-given protected. God is a title, but remember, constitutional, House, Congress, Senate, judicial, legislative, executive. It doesn't go through these three branches of our government. It's repugnant. Don't follow it. But you guys are bootlickers, and that's okay. Worship the Son of God. He is our Savior. Do you have any idea what it means to be saved, Anthony? The Greek word is sozo, salvation. Or are you just one of these people who spreads half-truths? Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights, Constitution, House, Congress, Senate, judicial, legislative, executive. I'm a constitutionalist, not sovereign. So there's only one sovereign, that's creator of the law. So people are lost. They're Americans, remember? I'm American, so I kick the can. I can't, they can. So they don't know their rights. Remember? Freedom. Why, how's everybody in debt? Remember? They print $1.5 now trillion. Hey, compound interest is catching up with us, huh? We're just talking about reality, like back to life. If you can't tell me what reality is real and normality is, then you're going to have to get in the van. ISIS is here to pick you up because we don't think your identification of birth, there's a little glitch, so get in the van. Go into a work camp, Walmart work camp. Remember during World War II? World War II equals World War III. Boom! How about that? You are a lost soul without Jesus. There's no such thing as Jesus. So get away from me, Anthony. Thank you. Get him out of here. Jesus is a translation. He says, don't translate. Like transgender gods, Jesus has breasts, they're booby Jesus. So it's not a religious channel, it's a ministry, and pastor revelation. So you are in these yodes. Cosmos is an orderly arrangement. It's not above your head. Earth is not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. All this stuff you've been told, it's not 2026. You're a lunatic. Get away from me. I don't sup with vipers. Your alien is a word, not some physical matter, place, space, or time. So get out of my space there, Marvin, the Martian, whatever you slam dunk, Michael Jordan, that shit stinks. I apologize. Hey, I'm not perfect, remember? Only Father exists without darkness. Everything else, remember? All this light came from the dark, so his playground. And that can't be saved, salvation. If I ask you a question, answer it. Don't spit off some other venom, some 2 tubes of snake oil, you little Jesus juice, whatever you're spitting. So, okay, I'm an atheist, and I don't think we should mock other religions. I don't care what you think. Get away from me, atheists. You're a Satanist is what you are. You're antichrist. You are with Christ. There was never written ever once in Scripture that doesn't say Christ in the Old or New Testament. So get away from me, atheists. Get them out of here. Thank you for moderators. Moderate anybody that's not in the narrow way. That's right. Show them in the narrow way. Don't boast because you know. Whoa! Like the riders of Revelation. 2 white horses. White houses are white horses. 58-story towers are Trump or Triumph. Get away from me. If you don't want to learn, that's mother. If you can't be corrected, right? He said, calling a man father. Calling a man teacher. A false teacher is the word scorpizzo. Watch out for Mr. Accordion, right? So, well, I'm not trying to change in here. Remember, goats into sheep. Seeker, remember the word aletheia, truth. So it's not possible. It was already you'll send yourself to hell. No free will. It's called idolatry. He divorced his bride and called her a whore in the book of the Apocalypse. So I am Revelation. I'm a testament of the celestial firmament marker on even my body. And flesh, he said, wrestle not against. We're not bound by laws of fate or flesh. We're not lawless. Give unto Caesar. Remember? Like 2 coins, 2 cheeks of the same whole, token, 2 wings of the same dragon. Hello. Jesus is the true bright morning star, the root of the offspring of David. No, Jesus is Satan. He was the offspring of David. David was born of Bethlehem. It was the Star of David. I have all these markers on my body so that I can make sure that I'm not being twisted. That's the Hebrew word pervert. You're a pervert. If you add a yod like a J, you're translating. So there's your Star of David. You can't talk about a marker that I know that I mark my. Remember, there were the Magi. Remember all this? There were not 3 wise men. No, there were not. They were called the Magi. There were many Magi. Daniel was a Magi. So don't spit in half-truths. You'd be kicked from the ministry and come back when you grow up and you don't spit half-truths. That's demonion, distributed fortunes or lies. Even if you had 99 truths and a lie, still a lie. 99 lies and the truth is still a lie. It doesn't matter. Remember, like one sin is a sin. Wisdom. Uh-oh, somebody knows a little etymology. Remember freedom, da-dum-dum-dum, like putting a 6-shooter in a wheel and going round and round like a rat out of the cellar. Remember? A rat going nowhere fast. Evolution is going around the system. There's no Lord, never says Lord. So it doesn't say Lord in the Old or New Testament. You speak like a vampire. You suck the life out of people. Remember? I am the life. He said I am the horizo. I'm the separator of death and Hokodash spirit, light, ghosts. See you later, Casper. Friendly, you're not here to be loved by the world. Remember, that's agape. Not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. Remember, you gotta rob Peter to pay Paul. Do you agape me, Peter? So if you're one of these religious idiot, define the word idiot right now. Idiotos. Most people that I run into, bump into, everybody is showed to the narrow way, but they are idiots. So if you're offended by the word idiot, leave now. This is not the ministry for you. We're not trying to get a YouTube button. It's a heavily shadow man channel because Father doesn't want most people to hear the word. Most people go to hell. You don't like that? Take it up with the word. Don't get pissed off. Don't shoot the messenger. That's the word angel. Okay? Angelos, Greek, sozo, salvation. To be saved, you have to die, and they have to come pick up. Where he paid the bride price. We are his purchased possession. There's no such thing as being saved. You speak like a dragon. No, forked tongue like a serpent, like Leviathan in the garden. You're crooked. Get away from me. He is the narrow way. Straight is the gate. So Christ is the king of our universe. No, there's no such thing as universe. Christ, a pagan term never written in the Old or New Testament. So Christ means anointed, so, and oil, but blood, remember, baptismal blood. Oh, I'm astroplaning. Oh, watch out, astronaut. So, somebody, oh, he's cooking, get away from me. Can you smell what the rock? Pedophiles, all of them. We have a pedo class. All these people support us and just shut up and be nice. So the worst false teacher is Scorpizzo. It's Nephilim. Nephilim is what it is. Demonion is what it is. Same thing, all the same. Blasphemy is what it is. At a jot, it's Nephilim. Anunnaki is giant, not spacewalker. There's no such thing as space. You can get out of my space there, 01. Algorithm is a dancer. Go ahead and tiptoe, whatever. She must be quiet. She was tiptoeing right on out of here, Jezebel. So Operation Epic Folly. Yeah, EpiPen Fury, right? Folly. Midnight Hammer. So, what a joke. Oh, the strait's open, it's closed. It's open, it's been closed the whole time. So, you're getting your ass spanked, America. America, Gulf America. You're over there whacking balls and chasing balls, living on a spinning ball. So, get away from me if you live on a ball. Now, don't even question. I don't talk about shapes in here. This ain't Bigfoot or big, was it bird, Sesame Street, puppets on a string. Get away from me. You speak like a dragon. One bat. Get away from me. Remember the bat suit virus? You guys fall for anything. Just let them put you in a box or whatever. Go inside. Flatten the curve. Stay on the X. This is like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon, huh? Roadrunner. It's like Pepe Le Pew. You guys stink. Remember Church Pew? Do the calisthenic Jesus? Catholicism? Ernest. No, I'm not Ernest. Ernest goes to camp. Whatever that was. So I'm a farmer. I live on a farm. Remember? I'm making my become empowered. I get laid every day. Golden butt nuggets, baby. The golden age. Remember Mr. Warp Speed? So Mr. Space Farce spinning on a ball. Mr. Camp with his Trump Tower or Trump Arch of Trump. The entrance to Satan's Tower, there was the Arch of Triumph. Now he's going to build a 25-story Trump arch. So you guys are idiots. You just let him do this to you. So you're much from the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven is within. So you put any more of your Reiki bull crap in here, you act like a Nephilim word, you'll be out of here. Words are important. It's Hokodash, not word. Agape, Shem. So Don't twist things in here. Don't do that spinning around and around, goddess of heaven. So the Big Dipper worship. So dip, baby, dip into the night, like under the sea with their trident god, their transgender 3-in-1 god. So they're pagans, they're heathens. 99% of people go to hell. Father's bride is a teeny tiny flock. It says oligos. It's a fraction of the whole. The sins of the world aren't your sticky fingers because you're a thief, or like you can't keep your legs closed, or whatever, your dick in your pants, or whatever it is. That's not, it's standing up to perversion as he stood up to perversion. Pervert. So and now we got all this pervert and chief and commander, a whole pervert class, and nobody wants to talk about it. So remember, you better have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair on my children's head. And he knows the number of hairs on their head. I don't care if you shave your head. I've been shaving my head since I served the beast. So, whatever, man. You guys go by dragon. Jesus, masse, the eating of flesh. Eat your kids. Eat food from the store, then you eat your kids, right? So, goyim slop. It's okay. I don't raise all my own food. So, trying to get there, but Father gives a lot of resistance. Remember, hados. It's like a press. You're supposed to be pressed from all sides, both sides. Everybody hates you. The world hates you. Now you're on the path. Remember? Difficult. So, it's not an easy sit down and one day pew you sit on a church pew that stinks. Jesus is Satan, the sun god. Masse is eating human flesh. Christ is a pagan term never written in the Old or New Testament. It means to be anointed in oil. Christ Mass is the worship of Bel, the god with breast. Baphomet. You have a computer, remember 0101, you're going to algorithm as a dancer. Your ass is somebody who can't learn right out of here. Be matured. It's an adult-only stream. So, not for children. I don't care what your digits on a screen or numbers. You think you're Callan, you think it's 2026, you should probably either be quiet or leave. It's not 2026, okay? You're not spinning in here, are you? That's the Hebrew word froward, and it means to pervert. So there's no perverts allowed in here. Nope. No perverts. Don't pervert the word. That's what he said. Guard, if you love me, guard. Remember, I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. You got to rob Peter to pay Paul. Remember, get behind me, Peter, saying Brokeback Mountain. Yeah, do agape. Agape is love. Shem, authority. Torah under the Old Testament, and it's a covenant that he made. We're not bound by flesh. Hokadesh, now spirit. Remember, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. You ever read any gospel? People don't have any gospel in them, and it's okay. It's written on their heart. It's written on their heart. Remember, the continuously filled with wicked hearts that he says that if I didn't call out to the hearts, that not one of them would seek after me. So he makes us come after him. He makes us sink him. None of us are bringing anybody to God. I wasted a whole decade in my life. So, oh, we got a drug pusher. Man, we hadn't had that in a long time, Rusty. D's nuts, Rusty bolts, or D's nuts, whatever. You can get off your knees. I know when I've been, you better put a little juice on that. Oil, remember? We were talking about oil. The eye is the lamp of the body. So you're not going to make it in here. I got rusty gold out here. Remember, you don't even make your power. Do you know what rusty gold is? You have a name, Rusty. Ford. Rebuilt Dodge. Watch out now. You're a drug pusher is what you are. You're like the big farm guy. So it's been a country minute that we've had somebody come in or push like the government's the biggest drug pusher on this rock. You work for the government, don't you? If not, see, you have secretly, they got you working for them. So what's your answer? Not a pusher. Some people actually need it like you. Okay, see, here we go. Once again, brothers, sisters, pushing the drugs. Said he's not a pusher, but I need drugs. Look at that. This is what it's called, a hypocrite, brothers, sisters. Anybody want to talk about Rusty D's nuts in here? WD-40, I'm not sure what's wrong. Maybe what did that break? I'm not sure. What you're spitting and spraying in here. Get away from me. How high are you there, Andrew? Is this available? So, why you put blanket things? So, Rusty. Okay, yeah, we got Monica, like Monica, or Mon Ninja, right? So, I don't like none of them. So, well, truth is the word aletheia. So I just don't sup with vipers. He tells us not to do that. So some people can cope with things like exercise and nature, but you're too far gone. No, you're gone. Get out of here. You're not producing any fruit. You're not sharing any gospel, any preparedness. Get out of here. You don't even make your own power. You're powerless, Rusty. You don't make your own power. You don't raise any of your own food. Get away from me. You go eat at the drive-thru. Go eat at your little Piggly Wiggly, your Kroger, whatever, Wall or Win or Mart, whatever. Get away from me. You stink like the world. It's not 2026. You probably think it is, so get away from me. These nuts! Get off your knees. I know when I've been looking, get out from below me. Remember, we don't be less people in here. Don't bless people. Don't do these worldly things. This is confusing. I know it's not supposed to. You're supposed to define every word, and then definition is the word aletheia, and then it would make sense. So, well, I'm going to try to get off and on guard. You got to keep one foot in the system, right? It's nice to have one foot of the system. That way, if the new system comes, I don't like the new system. I'm like, see ya. But if you don't have one foot out of the system, a new one comes by, you're in the new system, whether you like it or not. So, got to have the best of both worlds. They're still selling teepee for your bunghole at the store, right? You don't go buy toilet paper when the store is closed and fix your roof when it's raining. You fix it when it's dry. But people are idiots. So, do you think you make coherent sense when you speak? Listen to this, brothers and sisters. This is what this calls like it falls on deaf ears, like a restrainer, like a carburetor that's been restrained or retarded, screwed. These people are screwed down. They can't remember, get off your knees. I know what I've been licked. You're not below me. Don't remember we're equally yoked. So your dialect it's alien. It's called, remember, you see what I'm saying? You only need one eye to see and one ear to hear, but it's falling on deaf ears. Remember, the word apocalypse means to lift the scale. Eyes to see. You see what I'm saying? No, a parable is meant so only his bride will understand and overstand, not understand. Remember, get off your knees. I know what I've been licked. Nobody's below me. A bunch of broke-back mountain. Get behind me, Peter. Yeah, stiff Peter. Is that getting your blood pumping there, Nimrod? With your little Jesus God or whatever. God is a title. So if you don't like the words that come out of my face, get away from me then. Go somewhere else. Or you will be moderated. If you don't produce light, workers of darkness, or that's the word hados. Hados. So narrow is the way. Straight is that leads to the straight gate. So, well, it's a lifestyle. So it has benefits. We don't go, oh crap, we don't have no rolling brown. When people in cities that power, their heart drops like the kid on a roller coaster. Oh, the lights go out. In the country, narrow is the way the lights, went. It just, that happens more in the country. Out, especially when you make your own power, you become empowered. It doesn't freak. There's no rolling brownouts. Oh, you remember at my house, I turn off the power when I am the power company. So, but we're going to hook up power here. We had a big hiccup with that, came to that, but that's okay because we want to put in a freeze dryer here. So, no Jesus is king relationship with him in religious spirit ever would be. No, Jesus is king. No, there is no Jesus. There's no J, so there can't be Jesus. There is no Lucifer. There is no rapture. The yod is a letter. Cosmos is an orderly arrangement. A word would be an orderly arrangement of yods. So there is no devil. That doesn't say devil ever once in any Old or New Testament. These translations that you guys read are perverted. That Hebrew, do you speak any Hebrew? Oligos is a Greek word that means a fraction. You speak any, poquito, you Espanol. I don't know how many languages you speak. I speak about 15, 20, 30, probably with gematria more, but I don't speak alien tongue. And that's what you speak, alien tongue. You add jots, yods, and tittles. And he told us that's the last thing that the Messiah, the Hebrew word for Messiah is Hamashiach. He told us don't add. He said you'll blot your name out. You'll go to hell, and hell's not below your feet if you'll just start defining he is the word. In the beginning was the word. This is all spoken into existence. So stop adding. That's called perversion. Twisting, adding, warping, changing. So keep your clothes on. Wrestle not against flesh. This is a spiritual testament. Tighten up your bra straps, your boot straps, ladies. We're, gentlemen, let's go. Hold on. Remember, Revelation, Pastor Revelation. This ain't like any other ministry I've ever been to. This truth, and you just don't like it. If you like it, then I don't have to worry about changing anything. Remember, you can't turn goats into sheep. It's not possible. From the foundation of the world is already chosen. Prognosco, Romans. You ever read any of Paul's writings? You ever read the gospel? Most people can't tell me any gospel. They call themselves religion, but they can't quote any gospel. I don't care what you don't have to know all of it. You only need to know the gospel. Narrow, that's the word, hados, aletheia is truth. Narrow is the way. You want to find the truth, stop going around and translating his words. He is the word. Hokadesh is spirit. In the beginning was the word. It was spoken into existence. You know, think about fission or fusion or math or basics, algebra. If you take something from here, you got to give it back, like push and pull and magnetics, polarity, not gravity. There's another man-made word. If you think there's such thing as gravity, get away from me. It's a man-made term. But I don't remember, this ain't class is in session. You're going to fail. Remember, those who prepare to fail, right? No, those who failing to prepare is preparing to fail. He's still preparing and he's not done. And it's been over 2,600 years. So if you're not preparing and going out and sharing this light, then get away from me. You're a viper. So I don't hang out with vipers. That's what it says. Free man is amazing. What the hell is that? Free man. How about Freemason? Third rock from the sun, spinning on a block or a ball, rock in a corner, Remmer cornerstone. He said, I am the Petra. Get away from me. Moderate anybody who is not, no, there's no vowels in Hebrew. So there isn't, Doug. Yehoshua HaMashiach, there's no vowels. That's a translation still. It's still a translation. There would be no vowels. Yod, hey, va. So let's not go there. So stop adding. You're doing the same thing he told us not to do. It's just like no different than adding the letter J. You go fall right back in your own same ways. So there's translations, Yahuwah, Yahushua. I know I've done all these videos I've been on this platform for some time. He said, come out of my people. So not out of saying the scattering of the tribe. Remember, and then she cut off all his body parts, this, like the scattering of the 12 tribes. Speak some truths before you go adding and taking away from. You got to just straight. Remember, there's no vowels in Hebrew. I have it sitting right next to me. So stop perverting, froward. Don't pervert the word. So he said, don't add. So when you go back and you study Hebrew, do you find any A-E-I-O-U Jesus? Remember, there's no J's and there's no vowels. So how is there Yahushua? So you guys add. He told him, if you can't be corrected, then go somewhere else. You don't have to stay in here. There's plenty of these channels that'll just, remember, be programmed that accepts this. I don't. You can't accept Christ. You can't be saved. He's going to come back and pick up what he already bought. So he paid the price. You can't be saved. That's such a blasphemous, oh, we got saved today and got water dipped, and define anything. So super soldiers, I think that's what they said down there to Venezuela. People were like bleeding and stuff. Bots, G.I. Joe, Terminators. Okay, so it's not name, it's Shem. Stop worrying about what his name is and start trying to listen to what the gospel. His name is irrelevant. It says Shem. In the Lord, it never says Lord. That means master, and you can't serve two with your alien tongue. In his prayer, remember, our Father who art in heaven, which is not above their head, hallowed be thy Shem. Was the second born of Noah, Ham, Shem, which meant authority, like Torah, like Old Testament. So stop worrying about what his few fraction of yods are. Starts concentrating on the gospel. Yahweh is Satan. It is. Let's look it up. There we go. There's the deity. You guys are, this is what I'm saying. These people do these things and they don't ever study. Yeah, they don't take the time. Remember, time is an illusion. Like a hand that's pointing at a number on a wall, a little circle. There's a clock above your head. You can't go to the clock. So you probably do all that nonsense too. Get out of my space. So, well, we know where it's at. But Israel was, remember, it was Jacob who he so loved. Then he changed, like from Saul to Paul to Israel, not some place in the desert. The 12 tribes. There is no Jews. It was a family. Remember, they lived against the Great Sea. You need to study maps, cultures, customs, not just the yods, jots, tittles, customs, these things change. Remember, slang, people throw a bunch of crap around now. They do. I'm telling you, it's flipping sick. I said that at the time of Rome. They'd probably go get the Catholic priests and sprinkle holy water on me and think I had a demon, or if I said I was flipping sick or somebody's flipping sick, right? You want me to get you some penicillin? Maybe get some vitamin C. No, he's cool. I know. Put a jacket on him. All right, you know what I'm saying? You speak slang. Everything in this, all these translations, and he tells us not to do that. The very last things he said. So he said hados, Stacy. He said, I am the hados. So I am the hados. That's to be in the same narrow way. And it's a sieve. It's pressed. It's the word theologo. You need to study Greek. It's an old Jewish book written in Greek. So study the Greek. Study it with a lexicon. Go study the Hebrew. Remember, that's a mathematical language. Every single yod has frequency, resonance, a mathematical value. So you have to, it has to be perfect, he said, or throw it out. Remember, if it's not in the same hados, same narrow way. Not a fork and a knife, but 2 spoons. Like a bride and a bridegroom. Imagine that, conforming to each other perfectly without any change, no difference, exactly the same, he said, or throw it out. Did he not? So, hados is the word narrow way. He said, I am the hados. I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. I separate the light from the dark. I am the truth, that is aletheia. The hados is the narrow way. He said, I am the way, the truth, and I am the separator of the dark, the flesh, from the Hokodash spirit, light, ghosts. See you later, Casper, the friendly. You're nice in here. You can get out of here. The word nice means to be stupid. We're supposed to be hated, not loved. Persecuted, he said. If you're not being persecuted, you're get the flock out of Dodge, you goat. Greatest of all time, MAGA, Satanist, get away from me. No, that's fine. I'm just adding. Remember? People want to say, he said, I am the light. He said, I'm the horizo. Remember? I separate. I'm the equator. I'm the equalizer. The measure you pour out will be returned at his second coming, right? Yeah, that's right. Judge that shall be judged. You got a mediator? Can you share that? Most people can't. They can study and you can be heads knowledge and know it all. But unless you're a living testament, a living revelation. These jots, yods, remember? Yeah, va, va, unleash the beast, you know? So, but keep studying. Keep reproofing the word with others that are in the narrow way. Hallelujah. That's your mother. It will correct you. Like, Father, you take out of respect, you at ease, right? Lead, follow, or I'm a little bit militant. I'm a soldier of God now, right? And if I die here on the battlefield, I hope that Father will give me abundance and reincarnate me as a soldier of God so I can live to fight again. Put on the whole armor because I let him fight my battles for me. Yeah, you got any cricket Jesus, Jiminy Crickets in your head? Conscience? There's no such thing as conscience, called Hokodash. They like to mock. No, it's not. That's not. It starts out wide, and it gets narrower and narrower and narrower. So that's blasphemy. It is. It's blasphemy. I'll help show you to the narrow way. It's called theologo, to be pushed in the Greek. If you study the Greek from both sides, your friends don't like you anymore because you don't go hang out and do things like go to the bar. I'm not saying you could, but the less and less of the world, you don't do the religion anymore because you figured out he's not in the sky, that he's written on the hearts. He's inside of us, right, JW? The kingdom of heaven, which is not above your head, is within. So, this guy has men's size 8. This guy's got a foot fetish. Get Bernard out of here with a foot fetish. They just arrested that guy. You that guy that got arrested for a foot fetish with all those children? Check this IP address. Maybe he got out and he's doing it again. Check the monitor. You know what you just stepped into. It is blue. You feel a little blue, like balls or like the little dog, maybe Clifford, bark red or whatever get away from me, red and blue. You know, we mix red and blue. Kitty touch, check this IP address, feds, for me, please. Thank you. Moving on. I don't work for them, but hey, they are always, remember, the eye in the sky, they're always watching. They're watching, they're always watching, they're watching. You see what I'm saying? So, are you afraid? Go to church, right? He didn't dwell in temples made by hands, so don't come in here and spit venom. It's not the channel for you. Remember, to be channeled, you grew up watching the TV guide, you were programmed, you were publicly schooled, you might not, you had to, everything I understood, well, thought I understood back then, and now I enter and overstand. I'm not above anybody, was a lie. So, I don't know what people have foot fetishes, you know. Maybe because, remember, the heel was bruised. They're more with boobies, remember? Suckle or whatever than foot, remember? Ashes under your feet. The footstool sign. Remember that was left when, you know, Ophiuchus and Jupiter. That happened during the Vidco, remember? You guys didn't see that celestial marker? Yeah. The enemy footstool sign, his heel was bruised, right? By the serpent, by the dragon. He'd come back and crush the head of the serpent with that same foot. He said he'd make his enemies his footstool. Don't start talking to me about foot fetishes. So I'm going to give you some gospel, baby, about the feet. And he's the one, yeah, he's going to crush the head. You know, that snake. You know, it was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. Ha ha! So he said his enemies to be ashes under his feet. He come back with fire, eyes and feet of fire, baby. Feet of fire. You got to be on fire. See, it's hot or cold or I'll vomit you. He said, you're toxic. Not like Brittany breaking down buildings with balls, spears. So I don't understand either. It's weird. They got more issues, and I got more issues than Rolling Stone. Remember, like they rolled the stone back, and Mary found that like accordion style, like Mr. Warp Speed. Watch out. His veil. The apocalypse is to lift the veil. Welcome to Revelation. What's wrong with this guy? Why are you so angry? You wouldn't know the difference between anger and passion. Just get away from him. Get this Philip like a screwdriver. Must be screwed down. Remember, the word retarded is derogatory, right? No, it's like a carburetor. Restrained, the sons of God. Remember, somebody who's never sinned. That is somebody, that a mental disability. You better stop using that word incorrectly. Yeah, most people are very restrained. So they have a foreign Oligast dialect. They have an alien tongue. Extraterrestrial or testicle. I'm not sure. They're transgender God. Maybe it's got an S. They got breast. Man, beast, and woman. Get away from me. Remember, brutish, beast of the field. Ass is somebody you can't learn. So if you can't learn, get away from me. Let's get a hog reveal. Now I had to sell my bike. So, boss hog. Look at this guy. Them dukes. Watch out for sipping on some sizzle over here. Was it sizzle or scissor? Remember, it was sizzler. Steak, eating the meat, HD fat, that's where you landed, and you didn't land here by chance. There's no free will and there's no luck. 13 by luck or unluck. There's no luck. Watch out, 13s. The Scorpizzo, the false teacher. No man, be sure. Are you sure? Raise your hand. Confidence. Remember that? Never mind. Deodorant, something pew stinks. So, yeah, that's what you're worried about. Goodbye. He said idolatry and imagery. Failure. I have a 4G camera, right? You got a 5G whiz, which is a weapon. Put a one in the chat if you have a 5G phone. Please research what you just let them stick whatever they want. You carry it around your pocket Jesus. Personal. Oh, God, honey, I left my tracking device at home. What the hell are you talking about, honey? I left my iPhone. They don't even need to chip you like a dog. Maybe like grandma, huh? Chip grandma. She's got Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. Old-timers, maybe it's too much aluminum. They've been spraying, you remember? Pissing, well, 2 snake needles, hollow needle, pissing, well, squirting, remember? We got a squirter. Watch out. Water. Deception. Yeah, we get one in here. Well, remember? Get them out of here. A viper, whatever snake oil you're pissing at or spitting at people. You're like a snake pissing in the wind. Oh. It's been a year since I started this. What are you talking about? Started this 13 years ago. America Ever After. Welcome to America Ever After. You're here. It's all here. It's a matter of time. The difference, remember, time between socialism and communism is just a matter of time. Like magazine. How much does it cost? $7.95. What that with inflation? $7.95. That's life. What's life? A magazine. How much does it cost? $7.95. $7.90 with inflation. That's life. What's life? Are you stuck on dumb or something? Get away from me. 13. America Ever After. Truth Viral Television. I am TV. Get it? TV. Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. This ain't my first rodeo. That's right. 2 tubes, hollow needle, about half a dozen, more than a dozen years on this platform. Tables, platform, careful who you sup with. Vipers, don't cast your pearls. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. That crooked serpent like Leviathan, he said, I come quickly like a thief in the night. Let no one take your crown. Oh, wait, wrong crown, right? Ooh. You heard this guy wasn't aware. Who's this guy? I'm not a guy, right? I'm an eternal being. Flesh, meat suit, guy. Hominoid, how about that? I'm a human being. Aqueous humanity in here. Don't try to separate me, right? Well, Father's separated me. I don't want to label, so don't try to put a label on me. Aware, like silverware, remember? 2 spoons in a drawer? Or like Corning, like bowls. He'll pull out the bowls. Remember the cup of wrath, the vindicate me? Or like Tupperware. Push them right in the middle. Push the button, baby. You ever watch Thor news? Not for you there. You did. You did. I used to, kid. You did? So, are you fixing or you wrecking? So, I don't know. I have more tattoos than you can count. So, remember? The most high. It's not what goes in a man that defiles a man. Remember? Doesn't dwell in temples made by hands, right? It's what comes out of the people. Under this covenant, we're equally yoked. Remember? A woman wasn't allowed to speak in the temple. Now we're equally yoked. Speak up, ladies. Remember? Mary declared that the Hamashiach had risen because, remember that neatly folded veil that they put over his face after they hung him from a tree, not a cross? Nobody hung from crosses. You can get back in your box, and when you unfold a box, you get a cross. So, nobody hung from crosses. You're a Satanist. Get away from me. So, this is what he tells us to do. Show people to the narrow way. It's called your mother. Correction. You don't question Father when he corrects you, correct? Out of respect. I'm a veteran. Who's steering your ship? Remember, the body's the vessel. You have a temple. The body's a temple. Oh, like the eye is the lamp of the body. It's supposed to be single. Are you red-eyed to go? Oh, sorry. Supposed to be girded in his service with your lamp trimmed, because nobody knows the day or the hour. Paul said you'll see the day approaching. In Genesis, it says for times and seasons. In Matthew, it says there will be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. In Revelation 12, already came to pass. We won't even go what happened. That was even before the birth of the new age. Welcome to the new age. To the new age. Pain! You make me a believe. Believe is a verb. Faith is a noun. That's right. It's an action word. Maranatha, till I return. Have your loins girded and lamps trimmed. Yeah, girded in my service. Lamps trimmed but burning bright. Light. Hokodash spirit ghost. Purify. Higher than a kite. Uh-oh, we got more drug addicts pushers in here. Remember, they'll be fooled by remember, it says sorcery. Remember, stand on the X, go inside. The biggest drug pushers that govern mind, well, control, mental, mind control. Got him with the mind control. People mind controlled, huh? Hiring a hippie in a B-2 bomber over Iran, huh? And a helicopter over Iran. Or, yeah, Operation Midnight Hammer. So, Oh, is this a second person coming in here saying something about Ernest? What's wrong with you guys? You guys are too much television. You've been programmed to push drugs or push Holly. Remember? The Yule, wheel, stick, waving, orchestrating. You've been programmed. You go spit venom at people and you don't even know what you're saying. You're like an android. Maybe like an apple. Ooh, who told you were naked? Yeah, get away from me, EpiPen Island boy, you little whatever, Girl Scout or boy. I got kicked out of the Boy Scouts for eating all the brownies. Huh? That was in the Boy Scouts. Get away from it. It's just it's an idiom. How about that? There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. And if you can't define an idiot toss, then you're an idiot. So you are. You don't know what you're talking about. Most people are idiots. That's the aletheia truth. So don't get offended if I call you out. Remember, shine the light on them. So do not judge them by their cover. Father will condemn them. You'll know them by their fruit. So if you're dark, I'll shine the light on you. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So be tossed out here. Get him up against the wall. You ever watch the movie The Wall? So you're living it right now. There's one in a spotlight. It'll look right. Get him up against the wall. There's one with spots. Remember Pinky? If I had my way, I'd have all of you. Yeah, stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve. I'd have all you taking the greatest Jabadooski, bow to the altar of Jabba. Shot. Did you get your jab? No. Mr. Space Farce, Spaceballs, Mr. Trump, the final shofar, ram's horn shall sound. So, what are you spitting? Most people spit unclean truths. They're demons, demonic behavior, Satanists, Antichrist. You're either with, if you change at all, you're anti. Jot, yod, tittle. Not even a yod, that's a letter. A thought is idolatry. You can't add your own. Remember, that is phileo, dirt worship. You love the dirt, don't you? That's phileo. That's not agape. It's love. It doesn't say love. Scratch that one out of your scriptures. You read a Bible, don't you? Bible means book, and you read the wrong text. It wasn't accepted because it wasn't defined. So, deceiver, the adversary, satanic. That's Satan. Remember, Leviathan in the garden. You crooked. They'll be fooled by sorcery. You know, I was a snake before you let me in, and he let Joe Biden. So, why do you think he read that poetry in motion, huh? Like haiku. So, she told me I am celebrating Christmas by getting tattoos. I'm at a loss. The Mass A, you know that ICE, not ISIS, the whatever terrorists running around our streets in the airports so you can't get out when the draft is here, probably before the end of the year. You ran. You're not going anywhere. I ran. They're kicking our ass. So it's not easy to convince people of something that's, you know, probably the best thing that you could do is bring them to the swastika. Show them what it is that they're bringing to the equinox work. Imagery kind of works with some people, you know, so that's what that is, the narrow way, though. That's hados. That's to be hated because you don't celebrate Christmas anymore, and you don't bring the white elephant party gifts, or you don't bring, you know, candy when everybody's doing their All Hallows Eve, and you get hated by your friends and tossed out by your family and then your coworkers, and then you just gets worse and worse, doesn't it? Yep, that's the narrow way, brothers, sisters. Hados is, yep, theolobo, to be pushed by both sides so that you'll theolobos, be pinched to fit through the straight gate. Even the Greek defines it. Straight is the gate. Bam! Remember? Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. So that's right. And that's the hard part. Now, that's not up for me to make that decision. But now that you know, it doesn't mean that you can't be civil, right? It doesn't mean you can't be civil with them, but you don't break bread with them anymore. You don't keep company. you should depart from them, because you know that's what, but I'm saying, but that doesn't mean you're just not doing their works of darkness. You could be civil to people. So it doesn't mean you need to, Father will condemn. It sucks when it's your own blood, but they'll be condemned by Father. So, you know what I'm saying? You just righteous judgment is all you're doing. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And Brother Ryan, it's hard to do this. I know that people, they don't want these truths. They want to, it's easy to go along. That's like Peter. Remember, he did the same thing. That's why we keep going over here and I say that and I just beat it into your head like a drum. I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter, because your family is the phileo, right? That's blood. Your family is spirit. It's Hokadesh. Your family is not your mom. When it says honor thy mother or father, that's not mom and dad. So this is what even Old Testament that Iceman is fighting right now. And it's tough, guys, because when you've been doing these things for all these years and the whole world is doing it, you really get set to the side. I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside to teach this gospel to others. He said false prophet is a scorpizo, call no man teacher, but we're supposed to share these truths. You know what I'm saying? So it's difficult when you have somebody you've known your whole life, but just if you love these truths, you're going to know that you'll have a family that you'll be with on the other side. There is a very good probability, not by chance, that most of any of your nieces, aunts, uncles, mom, dad, they're not going to be there with you. So it's probably better that you cut your things. It sucks when you yoke to somebody unequally. And people, oh no, you can't do that until your wife didn't commit it. No, we're not. Remember, if you covet another man's wife. So there's another one narrow way that's just it's something I would never want to do, but it happens because he doesn't want us to unequally yoke. It's like when Ahab married Jezebel. You might be the Jezebel. It might be you in the relationship. Jezebel is a spirit. It's an antichrist spirit. It's not Jezebel, although Ahab married Jezebel. Baal worship. It's going after the things of the world like they did back then. God split his kingdom. Father, the 10 tribes of Israel, the 10 horns, a horn is a power or a mountain, like you'll move mountains, or a trump, right? The 10 horns gave their power and authority to the beast because of an unequally yoking away from the Torah and going after this other idolatry worship, and that's all these deities, sun gods and tree gods and owl gods and all these. That's what people are doing now. They're not doing it any differently. They're just doing it under a different name now. So when all your quote blood relatives are doing this and you don't do it anymore, you're the outcast right out the gate. But let's go back to what Peter was told by Father, right? In the flesh, right? I'm not asking you, Peter, if you, because he denied, remember? He didn't want to, because Peter struggled. Remember, the Messiah was standing against their halakha laws, the perversion of the Father's Torah. Remember, he said, you forwarded my Father's agape, the Torah, the Old Testament. You changed it. You made these, oral laws and written laws. And he stood against, he ate wheat on the Sabbath, brothers, sisters. They threw him in jail because the Father's law was perverted. That's why he sent his son, not to be this easy peasy Jesus sit down and I believed and I'll be saved nonsense. That's not, he said, follow, remember? Follow, do what I did. And they threw him in a cage, brothers, sisters. They imprisoned my love, the Shiloh, the Messiah, for standing against perversion. They had perverted his Father's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, okay? You know what I'm saying? It were the Torah. That was the law. And under that law, one sin, whether the greatest, murder or rape, or it's mortal or, venial, the smallest, like covetousness now is in our head. We can sin in our own head. He's in our side of us. So he's going to see what the whole world doesn't see. Your intentions, you're not getting away with anything. Nobody's ever going to get away and never will with anything. Because the kingdom of God or heaven is not in the sky. It's within inside of you. The body is a temple. Listen to what the Messiah said. That's why he was such a threat to their synagogues. Remember, you do the works of your father, the serpent, the adversary, the crooked, like in the garden, because you speak unclean truths that he cast out of the church, not demon. Demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. You just never define anything, okay? So, Jesus is Satan, Jose. There's no Jesus. I got him cutting my lawn over here. Jesus, him and Pedro, edge, mow, and blow. So you can blow out of here with your whatever you got, whatever leaf. You turn over another one, okay? Remember, if this was chess, I would have made you flip the board over. All right. Colder and winter and bolder. All right, remember. Let's do it. Spitting. How high are you there, Jose? So, remember, edge, mow, and blow. So, 3 best friends your lawn never had. They got that thing looking like a putting green over there. Remember whacking balls and chasing balls like Mr. Warp Speed? He likes to rabbit, remember? Golf. All right, silly rabbit. Tricks for kids. So you can roll on out of here. We don't do Jesus. There's no Jesus. It's not Hokadesh is word, spirit, ghost. So alien's a word. You telling me father's an alien? Father's ghost. You tell me you believe is a verb. It's not a thought in your head. Can't believe in Casper, Anakin Spacewalker, Chewbacca, your Esau Jesus, your Harry Jesus, whatever, lost in the woods, remember? They were told to go in the woods and scout out the giants because they went after gods in the sky, sun gods, Bel. Bel is the god of 3 genders and 1 god. Baphomet, peace god, peace, Svasti, 7th king of Revelation. Welcome to Revelation. You're here. You made it. The firmament declared it, not I. Remember? Eye. You got an eye to see. A celestial eye. You made signs. Scriptural. Agricultural, right? Grapes on the vine. So. No, I don't watch TV. I threw my TV away in the 90s, so I wouldn't watch Yellowstone. So. But there are 3 genders. No, there's not. There's 2 genders. There's male and female. Father, there is perversion. Hermaphrodites is not they can go back into, let me see their pelvic bone. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Bino. You couldn't see the nose on your face, and it's sitting right in front of you. There's one race of the human race, man and woman. So, let me see your pelvic bone. You don't know what you're talking about, remember? I know how to, I'm a prior law enforcement officer. I know the difference between man and woman. You can be walking away from me. Portion control, like in a food restaurant, remember, we're portioned completely different. So learn what you're talking about before you open up your mouth. Don't go telling people that you're blasphemous. Blasphemy, I rebuke with the word. One race, the human race. Don't be a racist. So I know what hermaphrodite, it's like cannabis. I can hear from hermaphrodite too, but so I'm not saying there isn't, that doesn't physically doesn't happen, but they're still either a man or a woman. So there it does break down, like I said, at a level. Remember proteins? Let me see the protein. Oh wait, what is that? Well, and there are indicators, remember? So, but I won't go there because you get a little too advanced. Oh, you can't talk about that. You don't have a degree in medicine. I know snakes of the pole. They'll be fooled by sorcery, pharmacy. So, what was that? Laughing disco. Oh, disco balls. The man's nuts. Grab them. Sparkling balls. Remember? In sparklets waters making friends. Oh, the hell is that all about? So, coyote heathen. Most my friends are heathens. Take it slow. Remember all that nonsense? So, hey, I don't know what that is. Never seen a disco ball. So, staying alive. You want me to do the disco? No, I won't whore myself out for you. But thanks for the support of the ministry. We got a little chunk to bite off here. So, we've figured out that the power is going to cost about another 6,000 more. So, it's a little chunk, but we'll put it towards the. We'll put it towards the ministry. I don't have any needs on this rock. Father already knows what I need. I already have abundance. I can't share what I have, so I don't need any more. I need to find a way to give away all these eggs. So got way too many eggs, and they keep laying them. I get laid every day, so sometimes 13 times a day. My golden butt nuggets. But no, I appreciate, like I said, I don't want to take from anybody. Everything's so taxed in America. It's hard right now. Look, everything keeps going up. Nothing's going to get cheaper. Shrinkflation, 10% for 10, less for 10% more. All these tankers coming over to America is just going to drive all these people cheering for these, tankers coming here because there's nowhere else to get this oil is just going to make the price of diesel go up. All these maggots and whatever, anyone, they don't have to be red or blue. I don't care, Democrat or Bloodbakin, you supporting this, you have no idea what is about to happen. So I appreciate any support of the ministry. It doesn't ever have to be financial, ever. Just good fruit, put good comments. I mean, if you have abundance and, you can share, that's okay. Remember, a tithe is done in secret, so to speak, so that's why I said I'm not going to whore myself out like people did on TikTok, right, to get the gifts or whatever. So we did TikTok till they banned us. We didn't do it for gifts, but or whatever those things are over there. But we're banned, permanently banned. They'll never let this voice on TikTok ever again. Not on a live. So I could probably, I don't know. I haven't even tried to produce any channel content. I don't want to be on the Dragon platform anymore. They don't let me share any gospel. I keep getting banned for sharing just the narrow way. So narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. So remember, man and woman, one race, the human race, straighten up. On your feet. So, I better turn your volume down. I might know that you might not get quality of what you see. The HD is not for high definition. It's for high desert. So I'm away from society. Already separated, You'd be persecuted for my name's sake. I pay the price. Remember, I pay $6,000 more for the power, more than the 2,100, so 8 over 8, because I live away from people and just chose, right? Father did, not me, but to separate myself. So I already did it. And so there's a cost. There's no free will. Everything comes with a price. No luck. Nope. No chance. No such thing as being saved. No Lucifer. No rapture. No Christ is a pagan term. That never was written. I'm just going all these things, so I'm pretty militant about these things. So we'll get these things done out here. So, but I do appreciate anybody who ever makes time, because everything's just so. They started. I'm not talking about starting a revolution like putting 6-shooter in a revolver and fighting with each other. Like a hamster going around like rat out of the cellar on a wheel fast, right? I say go around the system, become your own system. So but what we're doing out here, the reason why we're going to go on the grid out here, is so we can put a freeze dryer, have a real good constant source of power. You can put a freeze dryer on solar, but it's expensive. I'd probably almost have to pay as much for a solar bank system to provide what I am to put in the power, now that the power is that much more expensive. But for now, I can put enough away, and if the power goes out, so what? Then I'll look at that or something, but you can't be born again. You know that. Vodka. Yes. Well, that's called, remember, denial is the first stages of alcoholism. Sense. Your 2 cents. Yeah, people, you can't fix a problem if you don't admit that you have one, remember? America, everything is awesome when you're part of the team, America. Look at our infrastructure crumbling. We spend 1.5 trillion. Remember, they raised that, the debt ceiling. Now you're going to raise the debt ceiling. Now it's just unlimited to the moon, Alice, right? $1 trillion. If you came here every day and I paid you 1 million, you'd have to come back for 360,000 years to just pay you one. That's not even with the born again is like, yes, admit you're an alcoholic. Well, this doesn't say born again. It says born from above. Again is once. And we take up our cross, and nobody hung from crosses daily, 7 days a week, until the last day of our breath, till we die, till they throw us back in the dirt. So, well, teach them then. Show them to the narrow way. Again is not carrying your cross. Again is a sit down once on and be seen. You only care about the homeless on Thanksgiving and Christmas, right? So, kind of deal. So, It's okay. It's and it's not. But remember, anybody who loves these truths, you won't have to worry about changing. You won't have to worry about changing them, brothers, sisters. Father does that. Father rebukes them. You show the word rebuke means I'm a military veteran. That's like about face. That means turn around and go in the other direction 180 degrees. That is the word to be rebuked. And the word rebukes a man. You don't rebuke. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Shut the hell up, you idiot. Well, come on, man. You know, that's this society that we live in. This is all accepted. Like they think they can accept Christ. You can't accept. You know, if I have hearts to seek after me, that's why we take up our cross daily. The heart is continuously filled with wickedness. It'd be like an ever-flowing fountain of darkness. That's your heart. You ever listen to your heart? Where does that get you? In trouble. Use your temple. Use your head. Listen to the, not Jiminy Cricket's conscious. Listen to Hogadesh. Oh, there's something inside you that just keeps telling you, stop. It's like a thorn in your shoe or something. You got to stop, take it out of your boot because you can't, it just keeps stabbing. That's Father. That's being rebuked, okay? Father's raising the debt ceiling. Oh, Mr. Father Jesus Trump. Yeah, so their savior, their Gentile Messiah. Mr. Warp Speed. Remember the king of the jab? Yeah, wrong king, you idiots. So good stuff, guys. Remember, you can't be born again because you have to take up your cross daily. Nobody hung from crosses. And are you taking up your cross? Put a 1 in the chat if you're taking up your cross. Nobody ever hung from crosses. So remember my disciples in the book of Luke, there's always edification. 2 witnesses makes it bound by contract, not by, well, Old Testament law. So, no. Thank you, Father, for these truths. Remember these truths, brothers, sisters. You don't have to try to make anybody. You don't rebuke anybody. You show them to the word rebukes them, then they walk in repentance is a process like salvation. You have to die to be saved. So, that's the suffering we go through, persecution. Like they threw him in jail, and you might not literally be thrown in a jail cell, but your family separates you. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, the people don't. Look, now I've done the decode on this, and I've never seen another decode on this. I know they watch this channel. Booby Jesus! Booby Jesus! With his red cross is Satan. I serve Red Cross. That's Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed, you stupid fucking idiot world. Nobody's decoded it but this channel. I haven't seen anybody decode that. With his Baphomet, 3-gender, 3-horn God in the back with the 2 witnesses, the 2 soldiers, like thieves. Let no one take your crown. You guys are lost, man. Not you, but the whole world is. Not anybody decode that. Yeah, booby, their transgender Jesus. Their Jesus has breast. Wake up. Catholicism, the Red Cross, the Catholic Inquisitions that were going out and slaughtering their murderous religion, masse, and then eat flesh. They still do it every Sunday. Eat flesh, drink blood, vampirism, cannibalism. Our sisters, this was practiced for thousands of years. This was outlawed by the church, remember? The temple, they said, we're not, this is this Fasti worship. So that's the piece of the equinox, equal day, equal night. I've shown you this over and over again. So don't try to change people by it. Now, if they don't see the narrow way, just show them to the narrow way and leave them alone. They'll want it. They'll be starving for these truths, brothers, sisters. It's not your job to condemn a man. You show them to the light. Don't boast because you know. That's pride. That's shining and raising. There you go. That's all been, they built towers to try to get to the stars, like Hollywood stars, like Anakin Spacewalker. So They will. Narrow way, they'll be hungry. You don't have to, remember, they'll be like, hey, I want more of that. Hey, I'm hungry for that. You know what I'm saying? The doctor represents what? The bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Satan, Apollyon, the doctor. There you go. There's the rest of your reveal. Decode, decipher. Anybody have any questions on the imagery of the and then the changing with the booby Jesus? Dr. Jesus, nurse, Jezebel. So, Bell Ball, booby Jesus. He said it. Oh, for the Red Cross. So, yeah, the light bearer. There you go. You got it dial up. You can keep decoding it, right? The false light. Who in the hell is sitting in that chair? Who's that representing in the flipping chair? Come on, we all know too. I mean, that's Palm Beach Pete. That's Palm Beach Pete. Remember? I think it's Palm Beach, right? Yeah, Palm Beach. That's Palm Beach Pete, right? They're mocking everybody, brothers, sisters, and people don't see this. You know what I'm saying? It's just right there in front of your face. This is just, you know, with the Lego memes and stuff. This is just, guys, this is the destruction of this country. We are at war, right? The Third World War. Everybody around this, listen, I don't care what happens in this. Israel is going to bomb us. And they're going to blame it on Iran. No, you're not running anywhere. That's why they put ISIS at the airports, because when they start the draft, you're not leaving this country. Oh, crap. What's Pastor on? I can't come when it's already happening and be a messenger. Remember, the word angel is messenger, angelos. When it's already happening, how do I alarm? Not to cause alarm. How do I blow the horn? To send, like, the warning. Be on the ready! Remember the 3 horns of Roman war? Hello? On your feet, soldiers! Yeah, tide's pulling back. Tsunami. Oh, honey, get the lawn chair. This guy's nuts. It's just the tide. Bye. You want me to come back and give you the alarm when it's the wave's already here, right? When we're all screwed. Getting pummeled into the sand or coral. You got to push off and get ahead of the wave. Waves, sorrows, intensification of waves. It'll pull back. Don't go to sleep. The calm before the storm. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Rand is a peace president. Now is a war president, right? It's all been planned by the script, brothers, sisters. Wesley Clark, the 7 nations. The last one on the list was Iran. No, you're not going anywhere. They just, remember, they auto-enrolled all your kids. 26 and under are automatically enrolled. Then they raised the enlistment age to 42. Why would they do that? Boots on the ground. There's probably 100,000 already over there in Kuwait. Operation Iraqi Freedom. Wait, Kuwait, the Gulf, Persian. Didn't we already do this once? Didn't Iran go over there in Iraq? Oh, man, this was already planned. Afghanistan. 20 years. You think we're pulling out of in a week or two? Uh-oh, here we go. The pullout game. Remember Biden? The same thing as Bush. He left it in the bush. So did Biden. Remember his pullout game sucked. He left it behind. So people hanging on, huh? No. There you go. Look at how they scooped them all up. All the MAGA crowd, all the liberal, you know, whatever these prideful idiot Americans. Pride is a sin under this covenant. That's Old Testament. He had a pride. His favorite, Aaron and Levite, he didn't love everybody. Remember Jews and Gentiles? There was no such thing as a Jew, but remember, he was the lion from the tribe that sprang out of Judea. Not Jew. There's no such thing as Jew. Like there's no such thing as Israel. Israel was Jacob. He was a man, not somewhere in the middle of the desert. Blasphemy, man. These people are lost. And they buy this, oh, I'm spinning on a ball nonsense. You know, gravity. They're stuck on dumb, like water on a spinning ball. are like a kickstand. Remember? Freedom, da-dum-dum-dum. Everybody's in debt. How's that a free nation? Remember? Start a revolution over 2% taxes. State, federal, net, gross. It makes me sick. And then you get taxed on that money. You drive home, call the wife, get taxed, get me some milk, get taxed on that. Gas tax, which pays, federal tax pays to kill Ukrainians, Lebanese. Well, you're supporting Israel. Israel. Yeah, all these. You're a mass murderer. It's going to go down scripturally, historically, in record that the American mass murderers, they were stalked, remember, by their dollar. Well, nailed to a stock, the New York stock, their W-2 stack tax. Remember, he turned over the money changer tables, remember, 2%. They were selling doves, and remember the fee from the old money to the new money. There we go again. Crypto, baby. Remember? Ballerina coin, thump coin, 2 tokens, remember? 2 cheeks to the same hole, like give unto Caesar, like a coin. What is the Caesar? And what, 2 wings of the same, 2 cheeks, same hole, like a coin, or 2 wings of the same dragon. Yeah, it's going on again. They're doing it again. Yeah, that's right. He cursed it and said, will you produce fruit? So are you producing fruit? Remember, there'll be agricultural signs, not just celestial signs, if you have a celestial eye to see. Scriptural signs, it's written in his word. That's the scriptures as the word, but he left many signs, biblical or scriptural signs. Agriculture, remember, the grapes will be ripe on the vine. Sit will come in, and the harvest of the first fruits. Agriculture, wheat, weeds, chaff, many agricultural signs. He gives us signs in the stars, sun, and moon, celestial signs. Do you have an eye to see? You have a celestial eye? Most people don't. Remember? Jacob, he loved, the man with the family of 12 tribes, who he later called Israel. Like Saul became Paul, right? That's not somewhere in the middle of the desert. That's what you're mistaken. He loved Aaron and Jacob, not Jew is a modern term, never written. It's modern. There's no J. The J didn't exist in Rome, so you can roam on out of here. The word planet means wander. Out of here. If you think you live on a planet, you are lost in space. Tell me where it says in Scripture there's space with your Chewbacca Jesus, whatever your hairy Esau Jesus. Remember, he stole his brother's inheritance, Moloch, Nimrod, the Christ, the Mass A Christ Mass, the one birthed on December 25th. Orgy Jesus, booby Jesus, remember? With the warp speed thing. So $2.2 trillion solicited the American public and warp speed. They created it in 8 months. Remember, less time it takes a woman to come to fruition, like the Revelation 12 sign. Were you a witness? Do you have a celestial eye? Remember, we were talking about signs. You might want to get a piece of paper and write something down. I might go a little fast for you. This is the gospel, baby. The celestial gospel above your head. Remember, in the firmament, like in the book of Psalms, David's writings, day after day, night. It's like a clock. It tells time without saying anything. Number pointed at on a circle, right, in a hand. You're telling me that's time? Yes, there's a lot of gospel. Absolutely. Study it, Sean. Like raising the Jurassic, like draining the swamp. Hate to break to their Yoda. You are the swamp. Jedi, Master. Luke, I am your father. It's very scriptural. Almost every kind of anything that Hollywood puts out has a reference to either Ezekiel, Daniel, Revelation, or Genesis, or their main quad, Thinking outside the box, a box is 3, try. Yes, remember, they raised the X-wing or whatever, out of the swamp, and like raising the Jurassic Jed spine, like Jacob's ladder. So, all right, Jacob who he so loved, and Esau who he hated. So, nanu, jazz butt. Oh, all right. Balls in the sky. What was that, the Death Star? Or so, all of it, remember? Bow to the altar of Jabba. No. They'll be fooled by pharmakia, right? Sorcery. Oh. There it is. Vaccines are required in decades. Yes. So what? Let's go into that dial up like. Oh crap! I messed up. Hold on. Dial up. Get it? Not like. All right. I had to go back. I was like corded. Remember? At the tone, the time will be. All right. It's not 2026, but. All right. Got to go back like a time machine. So remember, Whack the Nation. It's called short. Too short. Oh. Medium. I think we're in medium trials. I think we made it past the short term, but we don't know where these guinea pigs. Anybody who took the jab, they're a guinea pig. Remember? Let me give you the cheat test. Give you the pre-test. 1, 2. This is how you vaccinate a cow. I'm a farmer. This is how you goat. This is how you vaccinate a goat. 2, 3. This is how you vaccinate a sheep. 4, 5. Oh yeah. Well, okay. But hey, Whack the Nation. Remember, short, medium, and long. We have an efficacy in Whack the Nation. So you can give them just the tip ritual. Remember, like their rocket ritual? Let me put in just the tip, honey. That's like Whack the Nations. Virology. You know anything about virology? They'll be fooled by sorcery, pharmakia. So snakes up a pole. Remember the cross? Catholics. So that's right. Hey, why? That's why he tells us to be wise like Leviathan in the garden, the serpent, the halo. Remember the crown? I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Remember what that means? Your temple. Where's your crown, guys? Where do you wear a crown? Right? So the body's a temple. I'll give you a hint. So you guys learning anything? Anybody that's not a regular here? Yeah, it's not. It doesn't matter if you took a jab. It doesn't matter. It's a poor decision. We all make poor decisions. It's not the end of the world. You were fooled. So we all make mistakes. It's not the end of the world. So Stoner took like 4 or 5 of them. So must have been stoned out of his mind or something. I'm not sure what, but we don't, it doesn't, although in some cases, I think if it was cold in the beginning, it had the ability to go in and what was a not Whack the Nation. Nobody got to Whack the Nation. That's what's hilarious about the whole thing. It was an MN, like DNA, like messenger relay, MNRA, mRNA, mRNA. You get hooked on phonics or something. I couldn't get those yodes out there, but it sent that message. Remember, just the tip ritual means, hey, honey, let me put in just the tip, right? Do you end up getting the whole rocket, ladies? Do we have any ladies in here right now? Doesn't necessarily work so much for the guys, but you can understand because you're the one trying to tell her, hey, honey, let me put in just the like virology, and then your body will build up an immunity and everything will be good. When you get the big one, you'll be able to fight it off. Virology. You know anything about virology? We have efficacy in virology. Remember, if 1 or 2 people passed, they would pull it off the shelves. And it went through short, medium, and long-term trial testing up to a dozen, like the original conversation where he usurped the FDA trials, short, medium, long, and then with the emergency E, authorization U, act, right? The emergency EAU, usurped those trials and created the greatest jab ever, soliciting the American public for $2.2 trillion, creating that in less time than it takes, for the Revelation 12 sign to come to pass. A woman to give birth. Pisces. But if you're a lady, you would know that. Can I get a what? Or you ever have a guy say he wants to put in just the tip and keep his word? How'd that work out for you, ladies? That's the same thing as virology, brothers and sisters. That's what they told they did to everybody. But remember, your DNA, like snakes up a pole, like the twisting, that's 2 protein strands that make up your fingerprint DNA. That's what makes up who you are. You guys like protein? Well, beef, it's what's for dinner, right? Samples. All right. So, jerky. Listen here, jerky. So, listen here, chooching on the meat cigarettes. Now knock it off. Your cane pole worship. So, cane, remember, like candy cane? Licking it until it turns to like a lollipop, like to a tip. Listen to me, a little pokey. Gumby and pokey and a little bendy, aren't you? So, all right. They're just saying this is part of this ritual that they did. Let me put in just the tip. No, but that's not what they did to anybody, brothers, sisters. Remember, they went in and tapped into your, like, again, here, let me put in this little bit of the bug, and then your body will build up an immunity to it and you can fight it off, right? Virology. That's what they told everybody. That's not what they did. They went in and tapped into people's DNA, and instead of building up an immunity, this produced what was known as the Wuhan spike strain. So it didn't matter what else that you got after that. I don't care where along that. It still takes, even a booster takes 12 years to produce through clinical trials, short, medium, and long-term trials. So. I'm not sure which time. On the science during the night. Yeah, careful. What causes that? Acidity. Being acidic. I've been kicked off of this platform for saying what I'm about to tell you, and I'll try to talk around it, like Alka-Seltzer. And I'm not saying Alka-Seltzer. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. So, but pH. Something thrives like a mold spore or like you ever grow any cannabis? You ever get any mites? Well, or mold, it blooms under the right conditions, right? Kind of like ick that's systemic in fish. They want inside. But I just want to make sure that you understand what they did, because nobody got a whack the nation. It's not what took place. And they're still selling this thing to people. But that's not what it did. Remember, it went in and it produced the original spike strain. That's why they said they came out with the Omicron and the Deltacron and all this, right? Saying there were all these. Anytime something mutates, brothers, sisters, it gets weaker, not stronger. People will be sold on anything. So that's why I don't think the whack the nation, the Jabadooski worked very well on most people, as far as it did on some, and it did the job, because that's what it was meant to do. You know what I'm saying? It was meant to take out a certain, remember, you opened it up and it didn't tell you what was inside of it. Still to this day, they're not going to tell you what was in it. No, they're not. So that's right, the spike strain, Sean. So that's what happened. So if you looked at where these people, they thought they took this one or this one or this one. No, they didn't. Because each one of those that they would have produced, which they called a booster for a strain, would have taken 12 years. I'm telling you, it was all the same thing. Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna. I haven't forgotten. Remember, Moderna had never even produced a human trial or any kind of whack the nation. Ever. Never. Man, you don't forget anything, do you? Now, I'm not going to let somebody tell me history later, brothers, sisters, in a book. You're going to read it. I'm saying, I was right there. That's not what happened. Remember, it was the greatest book. No, it wasn't. It was a scamdemic. But you're going to let them tell you in a book. See, though, why do you pay attention to all these things, Pat? Why do you always? Because I'm not going to put my head in the sand. Hell no. Not during this time. This is he saves the best for last. And we're not at the end, but we're in the last book. So you might want to pay attention. Revelation, the rider on the white horse or white house, the one who brings the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed. They're doing it here right on this rock. So, these are people who are very easy to fool in America. Remember? Oh, it's going to get you if you don't stand 25 feet apart or 15. Remember, it was 15 feet, 15. And then all of a sudden they taped X, 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 va, stand like the nails, like 6, 6, 6, like unleashing you all stood on the X, right? Put a 1 on the chat if you, and it is what it is. Father knows. Don't lie right now if you stood on the X. Put a 1 in the chat if you stood on the X. Put a 1 in the chat if you got a face diaper, or put a 2 in the chat if you wore one of the face diapers. Some people had to keep their job, brothers, sisters. It's righteous. I won't toss you to the side. I don't care what you did back then. That's in the past. I don't even care. Like I said, Stoner Connection, I think he took like 5 jabs. That's insane. Hey, whatever, he's still alive, see? You know, some people, it did its job. There was a lot more going on than that. Like I said, remember they created the old pump and dump respirators for people, get you in there and stick you. So I'm a little off on Bitcoin right now, other than orange. Oh, orange. Can you tell me a word that rhymes with orange, please? Anybody? You'll get a brownie button or a token. No, you won't get a token if you can tell me a word that rhymes with orange. So, but Bitcoin, okay, it doesn't do anything. There's no anonymity. Everything's tied to the blockchain. It's a CIA. You'll find that JP Chase, as well as the EpiPen, is very heavily involved. That might be Tashi Nakamoto. Might have been involved by EpiPen Island. Might be the creator. That may be. Could be. My son came to me and told me to buy, when I had $3,000 just after selling a motorhome, to buy 10 coins. I didn't know they were Bitcoin until I looked into them. So there you go. That's why I told him back then when they first came out, when they were $300 a coin. He's like, Dad, come on, you buy silver. You're going to go buy silver. These things will go up to $1,000 per coin. Like, yeah, right. But he was right. But when I looked into it, so I figured out what it was. It was this new system that they were bringing in, and I didn't want to make any money. So somebody gave me some Bitcoin here on Bitcoin Pay or Cash App, but I spent it on the ministry to pay the phone bill 1 month because I didn't go to the bank. How I didn't remember or what. I don't what happened, but I had it for years and years. So went down, like they gave me $50, went down to $30, but then there was like $70 and I cashed it out. So I'm not giving any advice on any of these crypto coins. Okay. I would go to Road to Ruta if you want to know anything about crypto. Take everything that Bix Weir says with a grain of salt, but he probably knows just as much as anybody on this rock about crypto. And he has the links to everybody in the past, such as the guy that's down that does in Acapulco, does all these crypto meetings down there in Mexico. The other person is David Devine at Adapt 2030. He follows the crypto space like I've never seen anybody else follows it, because him with that whatever that the economist he does blogs with, they ride the cycles of the weather cycles, and he, these two together have been able to look, and he's brought up this new system on where the system's going, like peer-to-peer transfer, this new SIP system, the Central International Payments system, not the SWIFT, all this, like they just linked gold to Tether, all the new systems already put in place. You're not really guessing where they're going to go with what coin. So I think you're not going to ever see Bitcoin disappear. Kind of like the dollar will always be around. And anybody who's in this chat will probably never see either of those go completely to zero. They might switch to something different. There might be another option, but I don't think we'll see either of those. Now, if you look at anything at Bitcoin, they made it in an ETF. Okay, when they did that, a lot of big money moved into it for a longer. Because remember, it halves. It has a cycle, a halving cycle, and it does this. Whatever. I'm not going to try to explain it all to you in a. I don't, like I said, I don't participate in the space, but I know just about it. I'm still learning because it is a fluid thing. That's what I'm saying. Everything's going to be tokenized. That's the new system. Everything will be digitally tracked and traced. on a digital ledger, nothing will go, you won't be able to go give the babysitter $10 to watch the kids anymore. They're going to try to get away with that as much as possible. Yeah, so what is going to happen is under this new system, they're going to tokenize. It will be, this is what it's going to be. I say this on this channel. It'll be digitally tracked and traced, credit scored, tokenized communism. That's right. That's what it'll be. Digital communism. Tokenized, tracked and traced on a ledger, credit scored. Just like Sesame Credit that they came out with a phone app in China, which turned into a way of life, social credit scoring. So, well, you will have a choice. You'll just have to be your own system. Be a farmer like me. Grow your own food. Get your own power. Get out of the system. Keep one in the foot in the system. Keep getting, and right now, if all ships rise in a rising tide, get some of these coins. Then get out and buy some rice and beans. Maybe you can put in a some kind of storm shelter or something. We don't. It's not always 70 and sunny. You know what I'm saying? There's ways that you can check out of the system. Like me, I have 1 foot out of the system right now. I don't like new system that comes. I'm like, see you later, bye. You don't have a foot out of the system. New system comes, brother system. You're going into the new system, whether you've liked it or not. So good for you. Good stuff. Whenever I like that, I got some. Good for you. Remember, save all your change, guys. A quarter and a dime are 91% copper. Okay? Even your quarters. There will be a time, because this is what runs all their data mining stations. Remember, this gets eaten up. There's a deficit in silver. Copper is the wiring that runs the data mining stations. You can get rid of all the gold on this rock, brothers, sisters. Listen to me. Gold it has its place. It's a store of value. They put it away for thousands of years to give it to your children's children. It does store. It was valued 1-to-1. But we can get rid of all the gold on this rock. It doesn't change anything. Okay? Think about what I'm saying. Put a 1 in the chat. If you tell me if we got rid of all the gold, and I'm not saying what would the world change if we got rid of all the gold on this rock. And you're on a gold standard, not a bimetallic. When silver competes against gold, they can't control the two. That's why they took you off the bimetallic standard and put you on a single gold standard. So what would happen to the world if you took all the gold away? Give me your comment. What happens if we get rid of all the gold on this rock? Does it change the world? Can we still continue? Put a yes or a no, or make a comment on what you think would happen if all the gold disappeared on this rock. No more gold. Does it change the world? Doesn't. Missy says nothing. We would lose tech. No, we wouldn't. Nope, no technology without gold. That's incorrect. Silver is the most reflective, most conductive metal on this rock. We don't need gold for electronics. Although it has a finite or smaller, applications, it doesn't. No, hold on. Don't get into something. Get ahead of yourself. Bros, sisters, gold is not necessary. Although it is. Remember, silver is the most reflective, most conductive metal on this rock, even more than gold. Yes, it is. Look it up. Look at the properties. Okay? So it's not a wrong answer. I'm not telling you I'm not sure if gold will ever really go away. That doesn't go away. That makes sense. Okay, well, that doesn't make sense that you can't hold a fucking thought for a second and stop having a mind wander. Don't wander off in your own thoughts, guys. If I ask you a question, don't answer my question. Seriously, answer my question, okay? Don't get off on your own. That's me. I've done it, so you're okay. I'm just telling you, you want to focus here. We'll get to the point, okay? In my opinion, gold doesn't change anything. It is an amazing store of value, but that's changed. It used to be just 1-to-1. Silver and gold were the same in the 12th century. They didn't value one or the other. You've just been played with your mind. Ratio is what it is, not, it's what it'll purchase you, not gold and silver prices never go up. No, they don't. It always is what it'll buy you. It'll buy you like an ounce of gold at the time of Rome, where they value gold 1-to-1, right? With silver, this is copper. You could go buy a toga, the finest thread count. I don't know, like curtains or pillows or sheets, what it was, right? Stop. I'm not asking about platinum right now. Focus, guys. They valued the ratio 1-to-1. Remember, they sold Christ for 30 pieces of silver. They had no, remember, Solomon's temple was how many talents of gold? So they valued them 1-to-1, the ratio. Prices doesn't have anything to do with it. You could buy a gold, with one gold piece, you could buy the finest toga money could buy, a nice, take your lady out for a nice steak dinner and buy a bottle of wine. So more of a Western theme in the cabin here. We do a Western theme out here. Right? My camera, but what it was an ounce of gold in the 1800s, brothers and sisters. We'll move a little bit forward in history. What was an ounce of gold in the 1800s? Because price is irrelevant. Price is a tool of manipulation. You think price is just like oil right now. It's like $140 and $260 some in Singapore or whatever, but $90 for paper. We were just talking about Bitcoin, so we're going to bring this full circle too. Might want to concentrate. You got to have the attention span, more of a TikTok rot brain fly. You can't. This is why we don't have many subscribers that, come around too often, because you got to use your head in this channel. Spiritually, it has to add up. So let's be reasonable. What's, 1-to-1, right? $20 in the 1800s. No, that wasn't quite in the 1800s. Didn't go up until, remember, they changed that, right? So why is your camera so cloudy? Because I have a 4G camera, because 5G is a weapon, okay? Like 5G whiz hit that G spot for you. The 5G whiz spewing all their towers, all that G whiz all over you. It's a weapon. So, because I want to have a weaponized phone. I have a 4G phone, and I live way out in the country. So, and I don't have the great, and my lighting is all, I have 9.5-foot ceilings in the cabin. My lighting is overhead. So, anyways, don't worry about what you see. You ain't here for what you see. It's what I'm going to smash into your eardrum, beat it like a drum. You be like Michael, you can just beat it. So, get yourself an egg and beat it. Remember? So, little Weird Al Yankovic for you. So, okay, I don't know what you're pulling on. So, no, it's always that way. It's because I have a 4G camera. So, just told you. So, okay, the price of gold in the 1800s. Let's go back in time. Time of Rome, they value gold and silver. This is copper. I had to sell all my gold. Okay. Whatever. I just sold all my silver, other than a couple pieces, to pay off this ministry and put this property on the grid and get a freeze dryer out here so I can tithe to the people who come back here on a regular basis. Give them food. Eventually be able to give some funding too. But right now I'm just one dude and I don't have any help and nobody to join me. So I have to do this by Father's will. And I actually literally have a freaking another broken vertebrae. So I'm trying to do the best I can for what I can. And sometimes I go down for days, weeks, months. It is what it is. So moving on in the conversation. Okay. I will get a studio. That's partly, we'll get a laptop and hook up, you know what I'm saying? So 1 ounce of gold was 1-to-1, valued the same at the time of Rome. You could buy a toga, a nice steak dinner for your lady, and buy her a bottle of wine. Okay. Well, come out here to the ministry. Show some fruit in here. 420 is the birth date of the 7th king, Adolf. So why do you have 420 in your name? That's the birth of, so people miss. I did go watch my Silver's Like Gold channel. Okay. It's a backup channel in this ministry here. And I did a video on 420. So you can go check it out. You subscribe to the backup channel if you want to. You don't have to subscribe to this channel. I don't care who subscribes here. You can kick rocks, get out of here. I don't care who stays or who goes. Father does this, not me. So all glory to Shiloh. I don't make people come here. Father said, I call out to the hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So he sent you here. No free will, no luck. Let's go back to what we're saying, okay? So I have used and have had 5 of the Harvest Right. First, were the first ones in this in Harvest Right has at Depot right now for like $1,500. You can get their 4 tray, which you don't need a separate unit. You can run it off your whatever, basically in an apartment. When you have that large, which is a 5 tray now, you need to have an independent breaker. So, yeah, I have some other channels, guys, too. If you ever want to go back, there's America Ever After and Truth by Old Tellers. There's thousands of hours for you to do on this. You know, there's so much going on this channel. It's ridiculous. It is. This channel alone, Predestined for Light, Silver's Like Gold, Truth by Old Television, America Ever. I've been doing this for a while, guys. This ain't my first rodeo here. So thanks for being a part of it. I'm not going to, you know, try to turn you into any kind of religion. I'm not a religious man, and you do something religious, you do it every single day. You don't do it once a week. Okay. So that's not religious. So I'm not religious. Okay. I have a father made me fall in love with his word for that. And, 2 grams of silver. Hallelujah. So what we're working on, guys, Sean, is we're working on what I had. So, you know, is I sold all my silver and gold. Let's get back to this. I take sticky tabs or notes or whatever, like whatever. Brothers, sisters, let's go back in time, and we'll go back to what I'm saying and appreciate that. You know, like I said, we have the same conversation. At the time of Rome, silver and gold, this is copper, were valued 1 to 1. That would buy you the finest toga. They wore togas back there. Remember in Rome? A nice steak dinner and for your lady, and buy a bottle of wine. You could have, you know, a nice evening. If you came into the 1800s, you know, horseback or whatever, this property out here is more like it's country theme, more of a Western kind of repurpose. Everything's repurposed. I'm a minimalist, okay? But $3 was in the 1800s is what the price of 1 ounce of gold was, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you're following me so far. So if anybody can understand or overstand or understand where I'm coming from. One toga, steak dinner, and a bottle of wine. $3 would buy you the finest hand-tailored suit money could buy. You could do this with a dress too if you wanted to. I mean, back in the, you know, but the finest hand-tailored suit money can buy, fit to, you know what I'm saying, zoot suit. I'm not sure whatever kind of suit but you can buy a steak dinner and a bottle of wine for that $3. Okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you're tracking. Okay? Put steak dinner, bottle of wine. Put something in there, guys. Come on, let's spark this rhythm as a dancer. Okay? Thank you. So what is the price of gold right now? And I'm not talking about the Kitco price that you buy a paper contract. Somebody go on APMEX right now and give me the price of a gold buffalo. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. I'm just trying to show you how his purchasing power. Price is irrelevant. The price of gold and silver doesn't change. Price is a tool in manipulation. Okay? Thank you. So how much is an ounce of gold right now? Not APMEX, the spot price to get at the COMEX. I'm talking about when you want to buy one from JM, SD, one of these bullion dealers, not at your local coin shop, your LCS, but to buy it online, which is trusted. You can purchase this knowing you won't get a fake. That's some money to spend in this modern day. What is an ounce of buffalo, a silver buffalo or a silver eagle, gold, out the door to have it shipped? You're going to buy 1 to 19. What is the cost of 1 ounce of silver buffalo right now? Gold, not silver, for crying out loud. What's wrong with me? I'm a silver bug. I am a silver bug. So I don't care about shiny dirt, but I just have kind of a preference for silver. So Vallejo. So what's 1 ounce of gold going for right now, guys? A gold buffalo or a gold eagle on APMEX, JM, SD, Monument Metals, Money Metals Exchange, Gold and Silver Mint. I've got, you know, whatever. These are online people that I have purchased from for more than a decade. Know that they've never sold any fakes. They haven't. That's their business. So you can get a lot of fakes off of Etsy and eBay and, you know, some of these other, let's do a ping test. So anybody got a price of gold for me off of APMEX? No, I want it off of, well, you can buy it off APMEX. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Like I said, we don't do anything special, give you a brownie button or anything, but we will definitely put it towards $50. Oh, that's a $50 gold piece. What is the price of it, Narrowway? $51.76. $51.76. So let's go back in history, guys. We're going to go back in time. You go back in time, we'll go back to the future, okay? Thank you, Sean. Sean, to buy a toga, okay, for 1 ounce of gold, right, during the time of Rome, because gold and silver were 1 to 1. You could take and buy that gold piece, would buy a toga, a steak dinner, and a bottle of wine. In the 1800s, it was $3, guys. That would buy you the finest hand-tailored suit money could buy, a steak dinner, and a bottle of wine. And if I'm not mistaken, brothers and sisters, at $51.76, that will buy you an Armani suit, one of the finest suits money can buy right now. An Armani suit that should leave you enough to get a bottle of wine and take your lady out for a steak dinner, correct? So does the price of gold ever change? It's called purchasing power. This is why kings and queens put this up for generations, because they knew it says to do this in scripture, put up for your children's children. It's a store of value, purchasing power. Do you see the price never changes? The price changes, but that doesn't have any, it keeps up with that price of what people would call purchasing power, not inflation. Inflation is an expansion of the money supply. So every time they print more money, it should technically make that asset worth more money, right? So are you guys seeing the relationship now? Put a eureka, I don't know, got it in the chat. It doesn't lose. The price is a tool of manipulation. It's what it buys you. See, we need to take a look at the dollar like in 1913 would buy you a whole dollar's worth of goods. The dollar has lost 98, almost 99. Eureka, baby, I got it. Thank you. Of its purchasing power, guys. That's why people put up, take, for example, used to do this. If Grandpa put up, 3,000 or 5,000 crisp $100 bills, which would have bought the farm, the dollar changes. The value doesn't change. That's right. Sean's got it. Awesome, guys. Grandpa put up $5,000 gold backs, greenbacks, whatever, right, in a mason jar and buried it and gave you a little treasure map and told you to open it up now or something, right? Think about that, brothers, sisters. If right, Grandpa back in the 20s or something, you're with $5,000 would have bought both sides of the road, tractor, horses, feedstock, $5,000 don't even buy a tractor tire anymore, brothers, sisters. For a big combine or, John Deere's, some of them have some ridiculous. So, brothers, sisters, think about what I'm saying. Grandpa took and put up, I don't know, it was like $20 an ounce or something right back then, right? So he put up $5,000 in paper, right? In paper. What is that $5,000 worth today? Let's do this too. What's pretty funny. It's your brain won't probably get it. What's that $5,000 worth today? It's in paper. It's worth $5,000 back then, but it would have bought you the farm, both sides of the road, tractors, livestock, feed, the whole whatever. I don't know the word. There's something in my head, but I could come up with it. So what is that $5,000 worth today? Worth, huh? So Grandpa takes, he gets $5,000. Okay. Robert, what is that $5,000 worth today? It's not what it's worth. It's what it'll buy you, right? Oh, don't say that yet. I don't care about that. I'm just asking you, what is the $5,000 worth today? Grandpa put it in a mason jar, buried it, and instead of putting away $5,000, Narrowway gets it. It's still worth $5,000, but it's what it'll buy you, brothers, sisters. Outstanding. Okay, stay there. Excellent answer, right? Thank you. Good, excellent answer, Sean. Excellent answer. Excellent answer. You know what I'm saying? It is, because you're still, but it's the same thing. It's still worth $5,000, right? It's what it'll buy you. Now, if Grandpa at $20 an ounce, I think it was somewhere around then in the 1800s, how many ounces at 5,000, how many ounces could he have gotten? How many ounces could he have gotten of gold back then? Grandpa said, oh, the hell with that paper stuff. I don't trust that. I remember what my ancestors, my kings and queens, I'm going to go buy at $20 divided by 5,000 gives you, right, ounces. Do the math on that, because that gold is still the same gold that it was back in the 20s, right? At $20 an ounce, right, times 5,000 is, I think your math's off. Is it 250 times 20? 5,000 divided by 20. 5,000 divided by 10 is how much? 5,000 divided by 20 is how much? So then take that, you got it, dial up, you know, you're close, but let's move a digit. So think about that, brothers, sisters. So the same thing's always going to apply. It's always going to apply. Do the math. Somebody do the math on that. 5,000 divided by 20, right, equals what? I'm trying to talk down to anybody. This is how you, sometimes you got to simplify things like this for your mind, for it to, okay? So what is 5,000 divided by 20? Put it in your calculator. I already did it in my head, so everybody can see it. 5,000 divided by 20. What do you get? See, my brain works like that. I do that Common Core nonsense. I already go to the 10 and then the 20 and then, you know, like a cash register, you know. So let's get one more answer, guys. What is 5,000 divided by 20? 5,000 divided by 20. Come on. Somebody else put it in here. Put it in your calculator. We need more participation, guys. Are you seeing this at all? 5,000 bucks, cash, whatever they were, greenbacks, puts them away, puts them in a mason jar. You go out, you buy $20. How many gold ounces could you get for $20? If you had $5,000, how many gold ounces at $20 an ounce can you purchase? So this is how many that are going to be sitting in the jar when you take it out. $150 ounces. 250. Okay, now we got a couple guys in there, so we know that's 250 ounces, guys, times 51. Now let's do the math on this because we're all doing it together. Times that by today's gold, you know, gold price. Now you get a discount, but we'll go ahead and do it by that, because if you buy that many at 250, they would give you a better rate. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? You chose paper or you chose an asset. It doesn't lose its value, brothers and sisters. Look at what it actually did. This is why kings and queens knew this, brothers and sisters. Yeah, 250 times 5,000. You could pretty much just say that, right? Because you're going to get a little bit reduced rate if you bought 250 of them. They'd probably come closer down to actually about 5,000. So there we go. Puts it into perspective. So now, you know, I'm not telling you to invest in anything, brothers and sisters, but if you had some, because cash is a really good thing to have right now. When recessions go down, you buy things up pennies on the dollar. And sometimes when recessions and depressions, people can't afford this except for the rich. The small guy has to give it up to pay his bills, and normally sells, and it drags the price down during recessions. So be careful. Some people say it's a hedge against inflation, but not like people are saying sometimes. In a recession, nobody can afford it, and people have to sell it to pay their bills, right? So it doesn't always spike like people in a recession or depression. Some people push this out as it's a hedge against inflation. Well, if they print more money, it's just going to keep up with that. Remember, it's just going to buy the same steak dinner, suit, and bottle of wine. You know what I'm saying? There you go, Sean. Look at that. Isn't that disgusting? I mean, you're looking at having $5,000 or over $1 million. And there would probably be some collectability on those pieces that from the 20, it's called numismatic value, meaning it's special because it's got a certain mark or it's older or it's more than the weight. So you would actually probably have more because those would be like barbers, or I can't remember what it would be back then. They would have some collectible value if they were from the 20s. If they were sitting in that's what I want you to, because we need to go there then, okay? And they never did confiscate. Sense. No, they said by executive orders, surrender. They never confiscated anything. They did it in 34. They also never, everybody talks about, they told everybody to turn in their silver. Everybody talks about 33 and the gold, the surrender, but nobody made you. They didn't come to your house. You went involuntary. They'll do it again, though. They'll do it again. So, hey, you know, are you going to tell them where your gold's at? Or do you have one of those dirt safes? So there you go. It would, though, right? My 2 cents? It would, because it would have that numismatic value if they were like 20, you know, maybe they'd be, I don't know what it'd be, a $50 piece. I can't remember what it was back then. I'm not a numismatic collector, you know. But let's think about this, guys, because I want to make a comment about this too. All right, we still got a little bit of time. You guys, we're probably going to get ready to see another run up in the precious metal sector, especially in silver. I'm talking about in paper prices, not in physical. So remember, last time the paper price went up to 116, I talked to 5 separate bullion dealers and coin shops, people who deal in millions of dollars of precious metals, brothers and sisters, and nobody paid $100 for silver. As a matter of fact, they pulled back on purchasing it, and then remember, it pulled way back to $62. It was a very smart move by the coin shops. They weren't paying it online either. Nobody got paid over $100 for metal. None of the dealers that I spoke with, none of the coin shops. Some of these people have been buying for almost decades, been buying precious metals. So they gave me the time to talk to them on the phone. So nobody got paid that much. I was telling everybody on this channel, not giving any economic information, telling everybody this is a false run-up and they needed to go do that remodel on their house, that it's never wrong to pull profit. Remember? And then I pulled all of my stock, my mining stock, right, which I could have pulled and made twice as much, and it's okay, but I pulled my original investment, win, right, made a profit, pulled profit, win, and left some out on the table still out there, win, and told you how to be a winner. Not this bull crap and all we do is win, win. They want you to stay in and ride the cycle so you end up holding the bag. So this is something you could put away for your children's children, but you have to know how to take profit. If you're going to hold on to it and never take profit and not give it to your kids, then why did you buy it to begin with? See what I'm saying? It's nice to have, I have this stack or whatever because you're a stacker, but you have to learn to take some profit. You can hodl if you want to do it for your kids, but you ain't selling silver at probably no more than $100 ever in this country. I don't care if it runs up to $300. They'll probably nationalize it and then confiscate it by executive order again. Nothing new under the sun. So you better start learning how to pull some profit. Go buy that double cab Tacoma you've been wanting. Do that remodel on the house. Maybe you have enough to go buy another property and a piece out in the woods. Get that cabin you've always wanted. Never sell your whole stack, ever. Never sell your whole stack. But learn how to be a winner. Learn how to take profit. It's never wrong to pull your original investment and leave some on the table. You're a winner. You won. You got your original investment back, and then you got some on the table. So you won because you got now any profit you want to pull from there, you're a winner. That's how you win, brothers and sisters. Most people don't know how to invest. They buy at the shoulders, and when it fear and FOMO and blow off top, and sell it when it goes back down at the knees. You're supposed to buy at the ankles or the knees, not buy at the shoulders. That's how most people. No, it did. It reached in $50 an ounce in the 80s, not 70s, and then again in 2012, it reached $50. Twice on this channel I was covering. I went around this town forever telling everybody, hey, you want this silver eagle or $20? When it was under $20 for a silver eagle. It was only $1 for a premium. People used to look at me like I was crazy. It was under $20, right? I tell them it was fire sale prices. Anything under $50, it's been $50 twice before in history. That's fire sale prices. This channel was doing it. Some people made some good I didn't give any investment advice. But there's some, I bought that at $2, $2 a coin for the copper. And then they shot up to like $6 or $7 because somebody came in and bought the whole copper market. The government did for the data mining stations, you idiots. Grow up. You don't know what to talk about. Yeah, that's where all that copper went. Somebody went and bought it. I was telling everybody to get the copper before it ever happened. Telling you guys to go get pennies, teaching, whatever. I'm not giving any economic advice, okay? You do whatever. Consult your Les Schwab, whatever you're sticking in your ear, or Robin Hood, whoever's stealing your money. But or I'll steal from the rich and give to the poor. Okay, but moving on. If you don't know how to take profit, brothers, sisters, you're going to hang on to it and it's going to crash again. And then there might come a time where you can't sell it. And that started to happen. Actually, they're not buying any 925 gram of silverware or any what's called junk or constitutional silver right now without taking a huge hit. So actually, I think if you would to make an investment right now, and I'm not giving any economic advice, would be constitutional silver because it's fractional and people know what it is. And it's probably the least most, copied or counterfeited and they don't make any more mercury dimes or rosy dimes, right? That are silver. They still make Roosevelt dimes, but they're not silver. They're copper. They're 91% copper. So basically a little penny. So is the quarter. So so other ways to food is a better investment right now in my eyes. I think water and water filtration. I bet you'll be able to have all the gold and silver you wanted. Narrow those. If you had a water filter and they had a big stack of gold and they were thirsty and they were laying next to a 1,000-ounce bar, I bet you they'd give you their 1,000-ounce bar if they didn't have a water filter. Yep. And look at this thing. If you are a woman, you have a pouch, you could hide it from the guys. Ladies got a pouch like a kangaroo. It's awesome. That's all the bigger it is. That's 100,000 gallons worth. That's the last water filter you'll ever buy. That's worth more than gold, in my opinion. So don't make excuses there, Narrowway. You got this. Go sell one of your video games. You got an old VCR tape or something, maybe CDs or MP3s or something like that. Maybe you got one of those little speakers, wireless or something. Sell something and get one of these. And then later down the road, maybe you should buy one for yourself and maybe one to give away. Be charitable, right? Or something. But these are like $20 or something right now. You know what I'm saying? And I had some guy that told me he traded me his wife for one of these. Seriously, his wife. Like, dude, it's not going to happen. He's like, well, I don't care, man. You got all the goods. You'll probably take care of her. I don't have nothing to drink. I'm going to die. I don't want your wife, dude. You got a horse or something? I had people telling me they trade a horse for one of these. That's right. You're laying next to a 1,000-ounce gold bar, right? Since you starve and you ain't gonna care about that. Like, damn, I should have got some rice and beans. That crazy old dude on the internet kept telling me be like Noah and put up some, put up an ark. Brothers, sisters, I think that this potentially could get you as gold coins, 5 or 6 or 7 gold coins later. If somebody didn't buy one of these, they're gonna want some kind of water filtration. This $20 water filter could turn into 20 coins later. There you go. That's cool. Good stuff. Outstanding. Excellent. I'm a veteran. I was in Alaska Arctic training. Exactly. We did the same thing, with a lot of good stuff. Yeah, life straws are about $10 or 20 bucks or something. They got life straws. You guys seen my life straw thing is so old, you know. So, but there are things that you can do like this, okay, guys. I think this will be one of the most valuable products on this rock. Yeah, it is. When they start, they can executive order take your pond water. They can take that puddle out of your stinking driveway by executive order. You better have a way to go somewhere and source. You can drink. I know this doesn't sound fancy, guys, and you're probably not going to hear it. You can drink out of the back of a toilet. Remember, that never touches the bowl, but you can drink out of the water running down the side of a curb. It has a straw, like a life straw, that you can use it, you know, that you can hook onto it or whatever, and use it like a straw, or get a cup and use, you know, and drink it out of the, you know. So I think this would be more valuable. The two most valuable things I think will be water and food. Remember, you're laying next to a gold bar and you're starving. Do you care about that gold bar? I don't think you can use it as a pillow. So careful what you don't make excuses, brothers, sisters. There are things right now. There are ways and ways to get ahead of these waves that are coming. Okay, chicken eggs. You can't invest in some quail eggs right now, Narrowway. Quail eggs. I don't. Do you live in an apartment or something? You can invest in quail right now. Quail. Sell eggs. Sell the quails, and they don't bark or bite or make. They don't cock-a-doodle any cockle-do. So, you know what I mean, Bird? You know what I'm saying? So, well, that's what I'm saying. People make excuses. They can't do it. You're in an apartment. Oh, we can't have. Yeah, you can. You can have a. You know, most places you can have a gerbil, so you can have quail. Then you can raise quail eggs and then sell the quail eggs and fertilize them and sell the quail and the eggs. And now you got a source of eggs for yourself. You could eat the quail. Quail are good, and then you're selling them. And see, you're producing a food source, fowl, right out of your apartment or something. You know. In your garage. They're not super messy. They really aren't. I'm just saying, chickens, if you had the space, rabbits, hell, 10 rabbits make as much meat as a whole cow. So there are ways to do this. Rabbits, another way to go. They're not super stinky. They're, you know, pretty clean. You can, in an apartment, you can do rabbits. Raise a grip load of meat. The whole cow's worth of meat with three does and $7. Not dollars, bucks, you know, like a buck and a buck, or a rabbit's a buck. What's the difference between deer nuts and beer nuts? One comes under a buck and one comes under a deer. Oh, in a bag. Never mind. So, absolutely. I mean, why not? If you have the ability, cash is king. Look what it gives you, the anonymity right now, right? So gives you that anonymity right now. So you cannot track that. They didn't have a freeze dryer, they paid cash for it, right? Didn't do it on the interweb. I bought it off the internet with cash. You know. They got us, guys. And like this is, guys, look, give unto Caesar what is to Caesar. I wouldn't worry about buying anything right now and being traced. Seriously, they know what you got. Even if it's off Amazon, F Jeff Bezos, who cares? Get it now. You know what I'm saying? So what? You're sporting the dragon. Give unto Caesar what is to Caesar. So keep one foot in the system and one foot out of the system. I don't like sporting things, but you know what? You're going to have to be a wise virgin. You ever want to reach and give anybody a hand up, you're going to have the resources to do so, right? Yeah, wise virgins with extra oil. That's what he said. Remember, the foolish virgins wanted their oil? Not the oil in the lamps, the extra oil that they had brought. Extra oil. Maybe some extra dab oil. Do a dab. Do it now. No. Actually, let's not do a dab. Oh my gosh, let me put my pennies up. I think these are my weirdo pennies. These are the ones that got the, these are the Canadian pennies that I have. So, okay. Good conversation, you guys. Appreciate it. Seriously. I like having a conversation as long as somebody's talking about something productive in here. It's worth all my time. So thank you for your time. Time is something you can't get back. Remember? Oh, those are quarters. Nice. Remember, quarters are 91% copper, guys. Quarters are 91% copper. Ooh. I think I'm going to have to spend these quarters, guys. I really wish I had an app to go through them, because I'm sure there's some quarters in here that have some kind of numismatic value. You can't tell me one of those quarters is not a $50 quarter or something, right? Look at those quarters. One of these has got to have some numismatic value. They have those phone apps. I got to get one because my eyes are screwed. Don't ever get rid of these. These are 91% copper. These are copper. Thank you so much, Narrowway. Appreciate it. All your time you spend here. Time's valuable, man. So. Remember, he said, purify yourself as he purified himself. So thanks for coming in here and, like the narrow way, right? It's a purification process, like a refiner's fire, like a crucible. Yeah, they have some. My eyes don't work anymore. I got hit in the face with a grenade, and this thing's got a bunch of big black spots from the burning in my retina, and it's hard for me to see the right side of any coin to see the date. You know what I'm saying? Because I got some whatever from getting grenaded into the face. So, but I know you can use those phone apps, and they can tell considerable. They have that all loaded, like, on the web. So, but don't throw away any change. Keep all your change. The only thing that's probably not worth anything right now would be a zinc penny that you already phone app from like PCGS or, done one of these phone apps. After it doesn't have any numismatic value, that's crap. But some of them could be worth $1,000, right? $1,000 pennies in the modern zinc pennies too, guys. Absolutely. So don't throw away any of your change. Always get change. Never accept any kind of dollar bills if it's like $10 or under. Say, hey, I got some laundry to do. You got any quarters? Oh, okay, here. Go to this wash. Go to the laundry mat. Go to the car wash. Get those quarters. I went to the thing. I put $100 in there and got a silver quarter. All right, I went back again. I didn't get it. When I put about $40 in, went back again, put another 40. Didn't get it, but I got some change. That's what I just showed you here. I got a silver quarter. I was pretty stoked. Only one, but it's, hey, I don't know what a silver quarter's going for right now. Probably like $12 or something like that. $12 for a silver quarter? I think so. Something like that. So don't accept any kind of folding money back. Go to the kind that fold, not the kind that fold, but the kind that jingles, So definitely don't throw away any change ever. Ever. Like I said, the only change that's not worth anything right now is a zinc penny. A modern penny, anything 82 or older, but don't throw that penny away until you scan to find out that it's not a double die or a super mint mark. Or there's a lot of value in even pennies, all the change. There's tons of value, Yep. You could have something like that. You could throw away your copper penny, your 1943 penny, something like that. Exactly. You got it, Sean. You know what I'm saying? There's numismatic value. If you know what that is and what I'm talking about, then it would be foolish to throw away any of those ink pennies or put them back into circulation or spend them, right? Until you looked at them. That's what I would do. I wouldn't throw them away. If I figured out that they'd had no value, they were just junk zinc pennies, then I would spend them. Go take them to the bank. They'll take them. Yeah, they will roll them and take them bank. Some banks have coin counting machine. Don't take it to Coinstar. They charge. Don't do that, right? Or go spend them. Go piss somebody off in line and spend pennies and turn around and say, you, man, this is money. Sit there just because you're so used to swiping and tapping. Go get in another line. This is money. It spends. I don't care. Sit there all day. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Get the hell out of my face. I'm paying with money. So get away from me, 01. You're a plastic man. I'm a classic man. So no, they're fun to collect too. See, this is the fun thing. You can go through with your kids or something like that. If you got kids or grandkids, they all got phones. Don't tell me they ain't got phones now, and make them download the app and have them go through that stuff with you. Tell them you give them half of it or something, right? No, give it to them anyways. Or whatever we're supposed to give them, make a fun, weekend. The grandkids come over or something. Take out all the pennies, take out all the coins, and run them through the apps. Be a high-tech redneck, right? So a lot of people like Morgan dollars. I like the gold buffalo. I've never had one. I like, used to be a buffalo herder. Are you a buffalo herder? I like the higher leaf $50 buffalo. I've never had one. Never owned one. But I like the buffalo design for some reason. It is been carrying buffalo in my pocket for probably 15 years. I've given away some of those through the years. I've been giving away a ton of these too, guys. I bought these and I've been giving away. People have been really like, oh my God, are you serious? But it's cool. Sometimes it just takes putting one piece in somebody's hands to start a fire. It spreads like wildfire. It does. I've had people come up like, oh man, I got this many now. Or got good for you. Don't tell everybody what you got, but I won't tell anybody, but it just sometimes just takes one. So I've had people, I can't believe you just give that away to people, man. That's like 20 or bucks. Or shut up, dude. Get away from me. Don't tell me what I can't give people. Freaking, but you don't have hardly any money. Shut up. You're trying to tell me my finances. Get out of my pockets, man. What are you, my wife? You want half of what I own? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. No, but no, good ears. You guys, some of you guys, Sean, appreciate it. Sense. You guys are making sense, appreciate good conversation, These things are, there are many things that are within our reach, brothers, sisters, that we can do right now. Like if you went and collected pennies, that doesn't cost you anything to get copper pennies. You're not investing anything. You buy pennies from the store, your friends, you probably get people to give them to you. Your friends probably don't even care. Hey, you got any pennies? I'm doing my backsplash in my kitchen. That's a good one to use at the bank too. You ever seen those copper penny floors? You got any pennies? No. I got my brain doesn't work like most people. It fires in a completely different, it's okay. I'm a reconstructionist, so my brain's going to put together, it's going to find the weak spot. So like the 5G whiz spot. So, gee. So that's my thing, I've never had one, but I like buffaloes. There's so many different cool designs too of the buffalo. So some people are really into mercury dimes. They really like that mercury dime. Remember they make that in a bullion coin too, which is pretty cool. I've had a couple of those back in the day with the mercury on them and the bigger, in a 1 ounce round. They do a lot of that, most of what they're trying to copy in bullion is the head and eagle, like Rome, the head and eagle coin, right? So but I do think, guys, again, we're going to see a run up here in silver, probably in the paper price. It'll drag the physical price up, but remember, I don't think you'll get any more than $100 an ounce. Never. That's so disappointing for a lot of people who are not going to want to hear that. But I think that's the way it's going to go down, because that's what's already happened. I'm not making pulling a rabbit out of my ass. Oh, gee, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. I'm not doing that. Rocky Bullwinkle show or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. I don't really push anybody to subscribe to this ministry, Sean, and appreciate if you do. I mean, just produce fruit here. I'm not religious. I do love the word of Father. I correct everybody when I can. I expect to be corrected every time if I make a mistake, but I like to have a conversation about other things. It's hard for me to talk about a subject and not come back to scripture. But I do appreciate anybody who can produce fruit in here. If you're producing fruit for the ministry, I don't have a demon nation or a denomination. So always appreciate if you're producing fruit. So do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So one bad apple, remember, upsets the whole apple cart. So appreciate when people come here, Father sends them here, and there's something they stick because something that, not what I saw, glory to Shiloh, you know, what he made me say. So I do like to be ahead of things, and you can provide abundance if you get ahead of things. You know, it's better to be 5 years too early than 5 seconds too late, right? Late to the party, boys. So, you know, some of these things you don't buy again at the you know, the chest or the shoulders or the chin. You buy at the ankles or the knees, and then you're selling at the chest. You know, and then before the FOMO, you're out. You're on to something new, like food, you know, or something. A lot of stuff coming down the pike, brothers, sisters. You better have a good food store right now. That's what I would really look heavily. Make sure you got plenty of water, plenty of food, flashlight batteries, fuel, some of the basics, some of the things you already use on a daily basis. Maybe extra teepee for your bunghole would be nice. Maybe if you have a well, go buy a couple of those ICBM tanks, put, you know, almost over 500 gallons of storage, that, you know, something to clean your wet spots for your lady. Probably wants to wipe her wet spot. She's got a wet spot. She probably like a little extra water, you know, if the lights went out, that type of thing. Maybe a solar generator, wind turbine, a regular generator. I mean, there's things you could do right now, you know, and not in a panic. You just do them, and you got to panic before the panic. Panic before the panic. That way you're not down there when everybody's fighting for the last roll of toilet paper. See how that works? Remember during the buggy, they shut off whole aisles of stuff, essential goods. Oh, push your buggy down the thing so you don't get the buggy this way. So they can do that again. I don't think they can't, you know. Stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve. They did that twice. They'll flatten you again if they sure did a good job at flattening in the middle. 3 million small businesses the first go around shuttered their doors, not even including the second time. So they're doing it again, making everything too expensive. Remember, like the plastic thing again. Last time it was paper with the Koch brothers, Mr. Warp Speed's buddies. Yeah, they had it all pandemic, all pre-planned. Remember the 2-vent 201, even had it all patented before it ever came. Mr. Dr. Falsey with his gain of function research, remember? Immunity deficiency syndrome, cannabis, remember? Cannabinoids. Oh, yeah, I said something about cannabis. I didn't take a chooch off my stovepipe. All right, we're going to hit the chong. No. Man, I scraped my back of my leg on something. He was over there in the chicken coop. All right, hold on, I'm taking a pause. Apologize, I got a busted vertebrae. My L3, I have a compression fracture. Now they're wanting to do surgery on me again. So I ran away last time, didn't let them come on me. So I don't know if they're going to be able to nail me down this time and do it or not. So that's why I got to get this ministry finished up, guys. So I have some, you know, I could go down for a little while. I need to have some of these extra creature comforts that I've been, you know, going without for. I've been living out of a cooler for 10 years. So be nice to put up something and not have to rush to eat everything, you know. So buy a little bit of extra. Remember, you're supposed to have extra oil, extra Earl. Ooh, man, it's starting to get cold in here in the cabin. I wonder what the temperature is. All right, we're going to do some permafrost. That's what it's called, permafrost. Oh, man. Hi, kitty girl. Juniper girl. I heard my kitten out there. My kitten. All right, what's on your radar, guys? We just went blank here. Some urban environment. I'm in an urban environment here for a minute. Take a pause for the cause. If you need to Take a pause. Man, that back brace killed my back. I wish I wouldn't have wore that. It's a couple days. My back is still that straight up, like sitting up that one. Freaking hurts. My bad. I don't like sitting like that. Let me get that gangster lean going. Lean back. Not the gangster lean. Just kidding. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. Yum. Red Robin. Yum. I think it's supposed to get down to like 38 here in the desert. 38 degrees. I think it got down to 20 or 19 degrees. With this other lady, she got a little haggard out there. Left it. I didn't leave her overnight, but I think when I was done streaming, it was about dark 30 or something like that before I went out there and grabbed them at night and brought them in. I went out there today, the first part of the day, and went out and the leaves were curled up from the cold, but it'll be all right. It'll harden up a little bit. So I acclimated the other ones quite a bit more, the other ones that I have, so they're not quite as much affected. So I probably should have waited to repot it. So I put it in a much larger substrate. So I was just in a small one when I got it. So all right, what are you guys doing? Aaron, shut the hell up. Be quiet. Don't say so much. Why are you talking? Why you can't say? What's that all about? One in the chat, if you think that we're going to go into World War III. There'll never be a World War III. Everybody's waiting for World War III like they're waiting for a one world religion, a one world currency, and a one world order, and it never says that even one single time. But the Bible says, Bible? You read a Bible? Yeah, that's why you sound like you sound. Oh, you sound like a dragon. Puff. Anybody who's puffing on? What are you chooching on, huh? Yeah, television. You don't want to be Mockingbird Media, their sense? Like America, that makes no sense. Get it? Not even a single penny? America. It makes no sense. I used to throw them away. I had a wife named Penny. That was my wife's name. I got married once. I had one kid, right? Some things I only do once. What's the difference between having one black eye and two black eyes? Anybody know the difference? What's the difference between having one black eye and two black eyes? Put your response in the chat. I guess I'll wait, since sense is the only one making any sense in here. Do you know the difference between having one black eye and two black eyes? Ah, there we go. Birdie knows, huh? You listened the first time, right? If you only got one, if you got two, you didn't listen the first time, did you? Thank you, Birdie. So it's just a joke, guys. I'm not being, not threatening violence here. So spiritual black eye, right? Spiritual battle, spiritual wickedness in high places, principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world. Stop by. All right. So, Birdie, what is your solutions? You got any gripes, pitching any bitches like a dog, barking like a female? Do you have any solutions to those? Panic. Do you have any solutions to the panic? Somebody hit the panic button. Hit the button, baby. Like Tupperware. Oh, sorry. My lips are sealed, right? Well, like a Tupperware with chapstick. I got the magic stick. Remember they waved the stick to Hollywood? Like Lord of the Rings. Somebody can start throwing dollar bills on stage. It's a world stage, right? Going around in circles, around a pole. Halo. Oh. Thank you for your conversation. Remember, I don't speak bird. I still find it a little difficult to be comfortable with the silence or the pause. Oh, pause for the cause. So that's okay. I'm not perfect. We're all have our time, Just don't be the silent majority, Not the majority of the time. Winners know when to quit. You gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold. Not like Taco Bender, Mr. Chicken Taco. Cheddar, chicken, cheese. Want some wine with that cheese? Winos ain't afraid of nothing but running out of wine. Would you like some cheese with that wine? I appreciate the conversation, guys. Most people are very out of the word, and that's okay. Don't try to change people. It's not possible. You can't turn goats into sheep. So remember, like a herd. So yeah, no. Thanks for coming in, Bernie. Appreciate it. I've been going for a little bit. I might go a little bit longer. I'm not. I don't want to lay down. Not yet. I'm not ready to do the vertical, right? Horizo. I got to stay vertical. I got to stay vertical for a minute, and then I can go into levitation. I don't know. Sometimes it hurts worse to lay down than it does to stand up. Everybody has their days, so I had to wear that stupid back brace. I wish I wouldn't have done that. That irritated the living piss out of me. So, appreciate your common sense there. Sense too. No, in the comments in here. Just a fellowship. I come in here and chit chat all day, but we got to have conversations. Got to keep the conversation going. Again, I'm trying to come up with solutions. If you got a gripe, bring it forward. That's called redress grievances, and then figure out how to do something about it. As far logical Jack. What the heck is that? Oh, what call a log? Hey, don't worry about the splinter in your brother's eye when you get a log in your own. Have you ever tried to work? Have you ever tried to run a business? You don't let it move to the country and start small. If you have a true family and you really want to spend time with them, then go for it. Like God at the gates cast into the hell somehow. That's secondary to cash and living. Right. So, but anyways, I was self-employed for a long time. I made it a point so I could be at his football practices. Parent-teacher conference when he went, I could homeschool him. There was a benefit. Taking that first leap, it's hard to do. I know. Jump, might as well jump. David Lee Eddie Van Halen, so not Hagar. So I can drive. So, but I like that you have an urge, but you can't fold up. Remember, you got to be the breadwinner. Got to bring home the bacon. But maybe if you had a team and you're working towards, see, you only need food, water, and shelter. Well, wait, heat, light, but can you do that? You start small and work your way up. I've done it. I've had everything taken. I started with a tent. I came out here to live with a tent, bought my son a motorhome. So we'd have a little bit more, I'll put a wood stove in the tent, started with that. Arctic tent, same kind of tent I stayed in Alaska when I did training, was up there, lived up there. And start from the ground up. I came out of nothing but sagebrush. Now look at this freaking place. Got a $250,000 storm shelter in the back of this property. Could be $500,000, but I'm being conservative. If you had Atlas come out and build it, I don't know what it would cost just to have the front entrance that I put into, attached to the shelter. So went a little overboard on the entrance, but hey, it serves a lot of purpose. I don't do things without purpose. So I appreciate your testimony, man. It's awesome. We fight knowing that if you're just getting by or just, and you're like, why am I doing this? Well, again, I ain't trying to tell you what to do, man. Like come out here and start small, and you can make it if you really want it. People still get part-time work. I don't care, next to nothing. I get you in on a land payment, or you go cut cans with the kids on the side of the road out here and still make it enough to make your land payment. I think pretty soon out here they might crack down on people a little bit, but it's only because of septic. That's something that's within reach. So I'm probably gonna have to pay more for electric than septic now. Darn, man, I jinxed myself, huh? No, Father, don't make mistakes. There's no luck so. All right, I'm not sure if you heard anybody in here. I'm going to read that comment again. If there is a galactic, that's what it says. Galactic. There we go. Galactic. Low galactic. All right, galactic. That's pretty silly. But okay, so like I said, you spend time with your kids, with your wife and kids, because life is short, right? I get extremely bummed on thinking about time passing me. Now, I think I was in the same thing. They learn about their job, and that the kids are for the application, like being in the military, like writing tickets. Your dreams, that was your dream. I get it backwards. That was always my dream. So. Yeah, there we go. Father willing. Hallelujah, sense. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. I think you've been here before, haven't you? Have you been here before? Sense? Before. And hey, look, galactic, that's your dreams, man. I ain't trying to, if your wife and your kids ain't your dreams and something you got bigger dreams, whatever. I ain't trying to, I'm just righteously judging you. I'm not condemning you if you're still in here, but I guess I read that the wrong way. I don't know. All I know is, all I want to do is spend time with my son, and it didn't matter if I tried to figure out a way I could pay all my bills within a day or 3 in a month and spend the rest of the time with him, to do the things I wanted to do with him. That was the dream for me. But I got an abundance. I got 25 years with my son before I lost him, or wherever he's at. I don't know if he's alive or where he's at, but Father took him from me. So, but I got a good 25 years. I'm going to spend 7 years with my dad. So be thankful for, but you have to be able to be the breadwinner. So if you have dreams and, to do something and then provide for your kids, that's still possible. I'm not saying you just ditch your kids. I'm not saying that we did. galactic galaxy. There are no such things as a galaxy, but whatever. Just made that up. Put the principles always been there. Good stuff. No, I appreciate your comments in here, since like I said, it's time is something you can't buy. And when you make sense like you do and you put in good comments, man, it's what gives this ministry the value it gives it. So the regulars that can come back and visit, and some, we do pick up new people now and then. Father's kingdom, is nigh, and that is thy kingdom come. That's the second coming, right? But Father's will be done. So cool. All right. Well, keep comments in here. I'll give you the wrench. You don't have to moderate. You can just come in here and glean, if you're not into moderating. But you've been in here now a few times. You see how we moderate. Somebody's not producing fruit, get them out of here. 2 times. Declares 2 witnesses. Makes it a contract. It's official. So I don't sit there and moderate too much of my moderators. I watch people in here, and if they produce fruit, then I give them the wrench. And then we kick people out of here because one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. So you can't turn a goat into a sheep. You're not supposed to keep supping with people. It's like you give a man fish, the first day, but then you give him a fishing pole and you teach him how to fish. Or we keep coming back asking for fish. Those who don't work, don't eat, remember? Don't feed them. Supping with vipers, don't sup with vipers. So appreciate it. So there you go. There's a wrench. Well, number 10 socket, and you'll get lost if you start going off some tangent or some weird, sometimes the wife gets the account, the kid gets the account. I normally don't just throw somebody out of here, especially they've been a martyr. So, but we've been known to people to, like a number 10 socket, lose the wrench and get lost, and it's happened. So not too many times, but appreciate your comments, because again, I need we can get the nonsense out of here, so we can keep because we do get, from time to time. That's why YouTube bans this channel so much, because we probably ban more people off this channel than probably any other channel on YouTube as far as lives. So I bet you if we look at the statistics, HD fat is where it's at. They're not too many people get to stay in the ministry. So YouTube does that. You'll see this number. They just pull people out of here or dump them out of here because the algorithm is a dancer. And then we do our, we don't sup with vipers. So thanks for coming in. Thought I'd give you that before you go. So like I say, you could come in and just glean and not worry about moderating anybody. And, if it was just you and me and somebody else, I'd take care of it too. But I like having the ability to have the moderators just moderate anything that's darkness. Give them 2 times, and then there's no reason for them to stay in here, because that's actually antichrist. It's the opposition that's Satan of what he tells us to do. We're not supposed to do things that are satanic. Don't hang out with vipers, remember? Like the Leviathan in the garden, like a snake that has a forked tongue. So don't judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So different ministry, not another one like it on YouTube. Although Jim Brown at GAT, Grace and Truth. This is fat HD, not for high definition or high desert, but not trying to be like anybody else. You're not supposed to. As a matter of fact, remember, you'll be persecuted for my name's sake. Is what the title, the heading of this live was, and is currently. We're doing it live right now. We're not scripting. We're shooting from the hip, remember? Not literally, but spiritually shooting from the hip. So got to put your hips in it, right? So, and your back. Put your back in. Try to have a little fun every once in a while. Might bust out a lyric, music, laugh. Like to have a little comedy every once in a while too. Sometimes a little slapstick, where slapping the stick. People, they're Nimrod, self-driven, autonomous. Remember, pornea, serving self, serving the service of lies to your eyes. That's idolatry. Pornea, not hub or chain. So whatever link, chain link, huh? Whatever fences you're on, huh? Don't ride the fence here. He said, be hot or cold or I'll vomit you. Yeah. So we expel, remember? Snake oil, watch out. Spitting that snake oil at you. Most people are vipers. Well, you know the word nice means to be stupid, right? Viper. So most people are very stupid when it comes to scriptures. It was written on stone tablets, not iPhones or iPads. Wrong kind of tablet there. Stone, rock, Petra, not cornerstone, Masonic, third rock from the sun, third dimension, spinning on a ball nonsense. That's twisted. Remember, twisting, spinning. You're a viper. So don't change, twist, or warp, or pervert. Don't have perverts on this ministry. Man, that pack of dogs they got over there is going nuts. They're farmers, so they raise them with the cattle. They gotta herd them over there. So, herd of dogs right now. So, well, a pack, but they got them all separated. So, they're working dogs, like we got out here, Mr. Bone. He's the dingo boy. He's a dingo. So. Somebody put the baby Jesus on the windowsill and he ate the baby. So the dingo ate the baby. All right, you guys all done? I'll shut her down if you guys don't want to keep conversating there. YouTube's doing the shadow ban too, so I can only go for so long, and then they'll put the kibosh on us here unless you guys keep putting it in. People are like, well, I got blocked 3 or 4. I didn't do it. We do it here sometimes, but sometimes you have the tube, right? The community. You can't spell community without you, right? You, tube, and I. See what I'm saying? The all-seeing eye. The eye in the sky. They're watching. They're always watching. They're watching. So, you guys not saying anything? All right, maybe we'll shut her down. We'll do the splash landing, right? In the waters. We can get some fluids in us here. Even my 2 didn't answer after I gave them the wrench, so I'm thinking that they're doing the kibosh on us now. So we don't say the things, puppies and butterflies and rainbows, that YouTube wants us to do. Fluff you, tickle your ear, like Elmo. Puppet on a string. Most people are puppets, remember? Let me see your Decabye. Put your hands up, right? You got an ace up your sleeve or something there? Like 2 jokers in the deck. Now we're down to 2. That's the word Lord, mastery. And he says you can't serve 2 masters. So no more sharing no scripture on YouTube. All right, we'll shut her down. We can do some more studying tonight. Always in a study mode. Huh, Mr. Bone? You want to come up over here, buddy? It's getting chilly in here, huh? All right, I'm going to take a chooch. Maybe it's because we puffed on some... I didn't do it on screen, but oh well. Yeah, we did. I showed a little piece, huh? Well, they don't care. Remember, they don't care if you got a charge of cannabis and you're 42 years old. You can join the military now. G.I. Joe. Oh, cool. What's going on, Tobit? Yeah, well, they're banning me now. I'm not sure. This all of a sudden. We had a pretty good stream. We're not, like I said, we had about 10 or 12 people on here on average. So I don't care if there's just a couple people having a conversation. Remember, this channel's not here to gain numbers. Ain't trying to get a YouTube button. Push the button, baby. You know, like a Tupperware container. Got to know where to push all the 5G whiz spots, right? So we got Mr. Bone right next to Dad. He's being a good boy. You're my best puppy I ever had. So appreciate it. We were just having the conversation about, well, a little bit of everything. You know how we roll. Not like the Flintstones, like push the foot to floor and floor it. So. All right, we got fire-breathing dinosaurs now, huh? Puff the magic dragon, live by the sea. Are you hearing me okay? Okay, so remember, I don't care if I have a conversation, just, you know, a couple people in there, it's fine. That never doesn't matter. It's mind over matter. I don't mind, and remember, you don't matter. So, no. Father's all that matters to me. The word, everything else is secondary. Remember? Christ over dollar sign. Christ over everything. The Messiah, Hamashiach, Shiloh, my love. He is my love. So, yep, the dragon with your forked tongue. Listen here, Giannis. Taco Bender, say one thing, do something else. Kind of like the Mr. Warp Speed. The strait's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed. It's been closed the whole time. That's why we're not winning. Oh, wait, that's not you, though, so you're not participating. I know where you're at. Oh, man, you guys, I'm not giving your location away, but a lot going on over there. I've been watching, always watching, watching. I am, but remember, eye in the sky. No, I don't forget. Remember, see what I'm saying? Conversation. I'm like an elephant, not like an ass. Remember? I remember. Ass can't learn. Stubborn like a mule. Or goat. Greatest of all times. MAGA. Oh, maggots. So that's right. Much agape. So, but I seen what was going on where you're at. You know, and it's not just where you're at, but there's more, just adds more fuel to the fire. Get it? All right. Actually takes away in this case, but yeah, you got it. Whatever's clever, you know, like a vernacular tongue, dialect, aliens, or not ET, phone home, or Alf. Remember Alf? Look like a snuffleupagus. Oh, it's Chewbacca, baby. Oh. I was just chewing on some meds because my back is just a little. They made me wear that stupid back brace. That was the worst thing I'd done in a long time. Long time. You know, who do you love? They love you a long time. You said agape. He rub you wrong time. My son told me don't say that. He did. Every time I say that, I remember he told me that. He said it sounds racist, so, but I'm not a racist, you know that. There's only one race, the human race, so. Dude, yeah, like $2 no holla. What do we get for $10? Oh. Ask me. Oh. We got to mix a lot like buttermilk biscuits in here, baby. Sift the flour, roll the dough. How about my posse's on Broadway? Remember, broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Posse up. Right. Me and Kid Sensation, that home away from home in the black Benz yellow limo with the cellular phone. Calling, remember the big brick? Calling up the posse. All right, with the big suitcase with a leather case. It's time to get a ripping. Freaking need sunroof. Keep you suckers tripping. Flipping. Oh, dipping. Oh, I better stop. Hoopty. I was thinking about I was singing the hoopty in my back. I have the hoopty song going in the background. Singing the Broadway. Yep. The freaking neat sunroof to keep you suckers tripping. Everybody's jealous. Oh, everybody's looking. If you're jealous, turn around. The AMG kit keeps us closer to the ground. We're getting good grip from the gator back. Oh, it was the 50 series, maybe it's 30, not 20. 50 series tires. That was a good song. The Alpine's bumping, but I need the volume on it because the 808 kick drum makes the girlies get dumb. I've never been to Washington. We rolling Rainier. All right, never mind. Better stop. So we're going to get a music strike. So, all right, speaking of $20, right? Went from $10. Kid Sensation dropped to 20 and didn't even miss it. A skeezer from another crew. She picked it up and kissed it. All right, we'll stop right there. That's such a good album, man. I miss that times. Boy, things were such simpler back then. Things were so simple back then, you know what I'm saying? During those times. Beepers. Did it beepers, you know? I want to go back to the beepers time, man. You know? I hope he's rolling, tailpipes dragging, heat don't work, him up keeps nagging. 6'9" Buick, chrome key flaking. Oh, we'll stop. Oh man, that was some good times. You know, the world had its issues back then, but we were, I mean, people weren't as extreme. Now, I'm not saying that we haven't had extremism, but people have just gone, and I watched this happen. You know, I remember when it was like taboo for a man and a woman to even kiss in public. It was called PDAs. Like, for Christ's sakes, guys, get a room. You know, there's kids out here. Kids aren't supposed to see sex. I'm done with this world. I mean, I'm going to stay here as long as Father keeps me here, but I don't. We got a PDF class rule in this country. It's not even hidden anymore. I mean, and I told you why. Remember, Tammuz, the son of Satan? I showed you scripturally why this is the way it is, and I ain't trying to stop it, but I'm bringing it to light. So it's just the way Father made me. So. And it's okay. Remember, it's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are at? You know where your children are at. It was a different time. So you had the 411, and we didn't have pagers. We had what was called a collect call. Remember, collect call. Mom, I'm at the roller rink. Come pick me up. I'm done. You know, at the roller rink. You know. The roller rink. Boy, oh boy. Got to get back in time. Oh, my bad. I told you I am a time traveler. I just don't shape shift because that's nonsense. But whatever. I'm eternal. I told you I come in and out of flesh. I die to flesh daily. Self, pornea, idolatria. Father gives me the vernacular, the tongue to say what it is that I say. So, see what I'm saying? I know. Well, I don't have either of my kids, remember? I don't know if the government's involved over here, Toby. You know what I'm talking about. They could be. Never contacted me. Seems like they should have by now, but, you know, I think Father's got him on a restrainer. I do. But, you know, Father don't make no mistakes. Never has. Never will. Not a single. He's perfect, without blemish. He's the equator. It'll be justified. I don't need to seek any kind of, no vengeance, not on this. Nothing is worth trading my eternal salvation for. No dirt. So I don't love the dirt, remember? I love the word. So yeah, tethered. I'm a puppet on a string. He pulls my strings. He does every day. Salvation gets me up, so he lifts me up, carries me to the end of the day, and heals me. See, can't be controlled. You're an android. No, I'm not a computer program. 010101. Remember to get out of MySpace. So, Waylon, what's going on? It's good to see people. I know a lot of people. I hope you've been busy doing. Look at what's going on right now. We're just talking about the state of this corporation, not union, former constitutional republic, but nothing's changed. We're still talking about the same thing. Ain't nothing changed but the weather they spraying on us. So. Aluminum, barium, strontium, yellow mold spores. Why are they spraying us with mold? Cow blood. What's on your radar there, man? You been getting it, knocking it out of the park, putting up extra teepee for your bunghole? Growing? How's it growing? You making any of your own power yet? You off the grid, on the grid? That's what we're trying to do out here, get back onto the grid. Alabama, nice. Damn, man. I apologize. I know. I miss my son too, remember? Last time I saw him, the cops shot him. So threw us all in a cage. Now we're here. So, but I still miss him every day. So good. Do what you got to do, man. Father will he don't make mistakes. Just stay in the word. Father will put you girded in his service. We have to do things sometimes. Life is not Burger King. And if you truly want to get somewhere in life, you got to do more things in your life that you don't want to do than what you want to be. I guess if you call that successful. Yeah, people sitting around doing it and they want all the time, they're not normally very successful. Rich people, and I don't mean, well, whatever, wealthy, but they're not very nice people. You ever notice that? Because they do a lot of things they don't want to do. They get to do things they want to do, but they spend a lot more time. If you're actually in a hole, use this as you have to be 100%, and it's hard for people to be honest with themselves, but evaluate. If you're in a hole, it's because you're doing way more of things you want than you don't want to do. You want to pull yourself out of that hole? I don't care how rich, I don't know, you be anywhere, in a jail cell, you could be at a top, 58-story tower or something, but you want to rise higher than where you're at, or rise out of a hole or wherever you're at, not above others. Start doing more that you don't want. Evaluate yourself, and I guarantee you want that to change. Do more than you don't want. Like you don't want to get out of bed, right? But you do. You don't want to wipe your butt, but you do, right? So you don't get ring of fire. There's things you do, right, that you don't want to do. Start doing more every day. Don't bite off more you can chew. If you evaluate your life, it will work. It's like equates. And then pretty soon, when you find yourself doing more things that you don't want, you will find that, oh, well, man, I'm out of that hole. So does it make sense, Waylon? I got taught that by somebody who was, I can't believe the money that the person could sit there and, I've been around wealth, it's not, but not that kind of, Jesus died, Jesus died, loves you, he's not, just get away from me. Yes, Mark. There's no such thing as Jesus. There's no J, so stop it. And I'm not going to fight over a single yod. So remember, he said, don't add a single jot every single time. So, but you can. The hard thing, Waylon, for most people is they can't be honest with themselves. It doesn't apply for most people, Waylon. It can, but you have to be honest with yourself to figure out, oh, I am doing these things that you kind of listen to the Hokadesh, the spirit in your head. It tells you what to do and what not to. Kind of like when you were a kid, right? Don't take that ball, right? At one point, you didn't know what you were doing. But oh, it turned on. That voice. That's Father. So it tells you. So sometimes you have to fight that, like when you miss your son and stuff, you got to listen. Father's working in your life, and Just do the things that are the hard thing, because the hard thing is the right thing. The easy thing is normally the wrong thing, right? You don't get anywhere in life, dude. Life's not Burger King, right? You can't always have it your way. If you had it your way the whole time, if all you ever had was a good time, how would you ever know what a bad time was? Vice versa. If all you ever had was a bad time, how would you ever know what a good time was? It doesn't. Father justifies these things in our lives to test us. So, yep. So good stuff. It's called the Holy Spirit inside of us, brothers and sisters. It's not in the sky. Father will talk to us. He'll tell us the things we're doing. He displeases him. Not what the world says. Him. I'm talking about that. Whatever. You got lots of voices in your head. If you're like me, like bang, bang, going through walls with wrecking balls, Miley Cyrus. The voice inside of my head. Oh, no, man. Yeah, good. Oh, now look at that. Bam. Boom, shakalaka. There you go. Good stuff. Well, good to hear that. Man, I don't want to go through the hell and horror stories that it took for me to be a part of my son's life, but it was worth every struggle. So that's what's kind of so hard about not having him now. It's like, where is he at? But that's okay. He's right where Father has him. So he don't make any mistakes. Never has. He just said it about something else. Never will. He does it. He never makes mistakes. He's perfect. Remember Paul said the inner man that can't sin without blemish. That's the word Hokadesh. Well, Ruach, holy, pure, holy, Ruach, spirit, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit. There's no such thing as Jews. There's no such thing as Jews. So that's all a bunch of fake, psycho babble. People speak in a very childish tongue. So there's no such thing as, there was no J, so there's no Jews. Judea, and it was Jacob, right? If you're going to use J, and it's not it, he called him Israel. It wasn't some place in the middle of the desert. So, and it still isn't. So it was a family of 12 tribes of Jacob. So grow up. I know what you're talking about, but you were warned about the fake Jews. How about that? Any other questions? Like with Mr. Warp Speed, all this nonsense they're doing right now. It's all fake. But we know what's going to happen. Sudden destruction, right? They're going to attack us. Like he said, Mr. Satan Yahoo in the 90s. It's going to happen. They're going to blame it on you, Rand. No, you're not. They're going to they have the ISIS at the airport, so you're not going anywhere. Smoke some ban. Oh, Rusty's back here trying to D's nuts. Get away from me, Rusty. You can't do nothing. Put some fruit in here, man. You're not my dad or my mom, remember? Father, call no man father. That's Pop Popa. Remember with your daggone fish gone? You get the daggone hell out of here. Tammuz, D's nuts. Remember? Juice. Jesus juice. What kind of oil are you on? You didn't last time. You ain't gonna last this time either. Why would you even come in here? You didn't even make it. Remember Squeaky Nuts, D's nuts, two of them smacking you in the jaw? Gotta come from Lobo. You don't even know what you're talking about. Produce some fruit or get out of here, fruitcake. One bad apple. Remember leaven? Leaven's the whole lump. Yeah, upsets the whole apple cart. You can make it. You're slower than Christmas, man. So you came in here last time with your Rusty Dragon. Remember? No, that's out here at the desert. HD fat. That's where it's at. Eat of the meat. You can't produce any meat. Not your watered down. You're watered down. Remember? Water. That's not going to water up it. It's better water down. Your deception. So get out of here. Get off your knees. Remember? I know when I've been licked. Remember? Below me. These nuts. So. That's a good job, man. All the way to D's. Oh, all right. So get out of here, Nimrod. Gonna tell me to go to bed. Take drugs and go to bed. Sound like you work for the government, doesn't he? Take drugs and go to sleep. Lay down. Sound like they work for the government. Right on the tree line, we have speed goats. Well, the pronghorn. We've got plenty of water bodies right around here. Yeah, government mentality. Tova got it. You know what I'm saying? So no, there's Anna Reservoir right here behind us at spring fed. It is, you know, as a reservoir, but by Crater Lake, there is water bodies. All the Silver Lake. There used to be a whole lake right here. It did, you know, I mean, this whole thing used to be 500 feet under the ocean. It was an inland ocean at one time because of the flood. Not where 12,000 years, it's 6,000 years, but 6,000 at the half cycle when this whole rock flooded from top to bottom. This whole basin filled and then drained out, and this was left the largest and the last inland ocean in North America. So that's ocean, but around here, this goes right into the Klamath Marsh water, you know, and then nothing into the woods. I can be 15 minutes and cutting firewood. So I just live right off the edge of the tree line. It does go desert to the east from here, but no, I'm right off the edge of the trees. You can go right up Fort Rock trees, right into the big, you know, spruce and fir and pine, and you know, yeah. So no, I'm in a sweet spot, man. This is probably one of the better spots to be in the U.S. So you look at population density. I think most people on the East Coast are just going to eat themselves. Like last time, even during the Depression, the woods out there just got completely obliterated. There was no livestock, or there was no. Yeah, that's pretty silly. So, yeah, no, I've been all 50 states, so I know I've been to the Appalachian Mountains. I've been all over. I've been to every state in this union. I've been to every major city. I've got to be in some pretty unique. You know, Hawaii was a great experience. You know, living there. Alaska, being on top of the world up there. So New Mexico's got some pretty awesome things there. I mean, weather's good. There's a lot of building down there. They do those earthship homes. They've got some issues with water, but you know, it's a desert too. But it's not. See, I'm in a different kind of desert. This is a high desert, not like this is Oregon desert, not, you know, Mojave or down there, you know, in Arizona, or, you know, monsoon hits some of that, you know, New Mexico, and there's just a different, you know, that's the tropical, you know, Pineapple Express. Hold on. Speaking of Pineapple Express, let me chooch on some permanent frost. So this is good stuff, guys. Mango lime. It's not the better juice, but it's good. But you can live down there with without a lot of HOA, you know, housing ordinance authority, your lawn, and all this stupid crap. So you can actually have some, if that's a thing, freedom. All right, cool. A little bit of wine's good. I haven't had any wine in a long time. I like a glass or something, you know, a couple, like I said, I have a 2-drink minimum. No, 2-drink limit. That's it. I can't drink no more than 2. I'm done. So, but if you moderate things, you don't need to have a whole freaking box, you know, so, but that's good. I like, sometimes I'm more of a white, but I do like that strong, you know, because it's a taste thing for your palate. So, you know, winos ain't afraid of nothing but running out of wine. So, right. So Drink it up, baby. Drink it up, baby. Twist and shout. Oh, sorry, that right. No. All right, so Waylon. Out here, the desert is a little bit different. Like I said, there's a lot of game out here. We've got bears, cougars, no lions, but mountain lions and no tigers, but we got bears. Oh my! Oh man, maybe I need to take a chooch. I never had a white wine curd experience right now. Yeah, like a Chardonnay or something like that. You know, how about some Strawberry Hill, baby? Woo! Toba, would you like some Strawberry Hill? Some Boone's Farm? That's what you need to have. Some Boone's Farm. Try a bottle of that. It's good stuff, man. It'd be fun just to buy a bottle of that and drink it. We didn't drink that. We drank the Mad Dog. This is what you give to the ladies. You give the ladies the Boone's Farm. So that's how it used to work. That's how we used to roll back in the day, man. Back in my day, we didn't have no Grey Goose. We just gave that lady a bottle of strawberry. Remember? Well, we were sipping on some some Cisco, or some Mad Dog. You guys remember the Cisco? Oh, we used to get tore up, man. We were good. We didn't get in trouble. We'd stay in one place. We were good about that. We didn't travel, didn't drink. If we did, we stayed in one place. We held it down. Many places. We used to like to go run to the woods. Had my first trip to the woods with the country girl in the back of a pickup. Now I know why they have tailgates. Ha ha! Work for trucks who wouldn't have tailgates. Remember that? So, all right, moving on. So, no, I'm Grox, man. Remember? I'm Memorex. Like Polaroid. Snap! Oh, snap! Now walk. Remember? Soldier Boy. You! You guys are nuts. The man's nuts. Grab him. What year of the Lord were you born in? Lord is a word pagan, never written in the Old or New Testament. I'm an eternal being. So I was birthed in the, dark. So remember Mr. Accordion. Year of our Lord. Remember, he was birthed. Remember the Star of David, 2 and 3 BC. BC, before Christ. AD, after death. So, I met all my wives at death. Yeah, some women like about a pickup, man. There we go. Heck yeah, man. Good stuff. So, no, hey, appreciate. We need to have a mindset where we're at. Keep your surroundings. I think Arizona's a good spot. If you're in a good spot in Alabama, there's good spots over there. I like where I'm at. There's going to be always good spots and bad spots in history, right? And time and place and space, no matter where you're at. Just the way it works. You got to find that sweet spot, the honey hole, like a hive mind. Remember? Oculus, whatever. We speak a little different. Stop talking the question. Man, you look like you're 57. I'm 57 million years old, okay? So, grow up, child. This is an adult stream, not so you have an alien tongue or you speak like a child or a dragon, you'll be booted from here. It's Mac tonight. Get away from me, child. Play in the playground. Remember Grimace? The purple butt plug. Yeah, the new Madrid, right? So, McNarcissus. Why are you being such a McNarcissist? McNarcissist. Purple what now? Oh, Grimace. Remember Grimace? The purple butt plug or whatever that thing, the shape of that thing was, whatever, like a triangle or whatever that thing was. Like, Hamburglar, watch out. They'll steal your crown. He said, I come quickly. Eat your kids, remember? They ain't got enough cows to then make burger to stop it. You're fooling yourself. How do you like your kids? Sweet and sour, honey mustard, or barbecued? Sounds a little bit like Kronos or Mr. Warp Speed. This current pedophile class running this show. Remember? You know, it was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. So, yep. So no, it's remember when he returns, there'll be an earthquake. Has never been, you know. So remember, Earth is the ruled. So Earth is the ruled. There's no gods in the sky. Nothing comes from the sky. Alien means, remember, foreign. So no, Jesus didn't die for your sins. He didn't die for your sins. The Hamashiachs died for his bride, the ones that stand up to perversion of law. And that wasn't Jesus. So you're a Nephilim. Stop spreading lies. That's the word demonion. You're probably religious. Watered down. That's what he said. He said, eat of the meat. So, well, alien is foreign. So the sun god. Masse, Christ mass, Christ a pagan term. So they're hanging on a cross, remember? That's Catholicism. Holy Mary, the Ankh, and all that paganism combined. Remember the lunar calendar? They're lunatics, so it's okay. Remember, we're not trying to turn goats into sheep in here, remember? MAGA, high priest of the Satan Church. Greatest of all times. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace and safety, right? MAGA. So, Nanu. Mork for Mork. Remember? Mork and Mindy. All right. I'm old school, man. You'll just have me an eternal being, so I never forget, like an elephant. So they like to mock the constitutional republic. The ass into the donkey, so it's a corporation, not a constitutional republic. Remember, ordinances, codes, and mandates. I don't go on dates with men. He said, follow after me, not mandates. Mandate! All right, your Enterprise. Star Trek, remember? Or Spock. It's all related, huh? I know, they're all related. Can't keep it in your pants, keep it in the family kind of people. So, yeah, no, there you go. Get out of the system, man. Always get out of the system. Become your own system. Get more with honey. Make it some more honey. The sticky icky, remember? And the sweet ooey gooey. Never goes bad. Test of time. Even if it gets hard, you can get it hot and it'll get sticky again. What are we talking about, honey? Sugar daddy? If it gets a little sugary, just get it hot again. Starts dripping. Drip, baby, drip, baby. No, that's dip. So, all right. Hey, that's what we grew the ladies in. Organic cane, sugar, and honey, and chicken. Well, are any of these words in the Bible? Bible means book. You're an idiot. That's only one-sided. You're biased. Remember, come on by to give it a try with your transgender translation. was written on stone tablets. Remember, I am the Petra rock. Now it's written on our hearts, not on paper. You're an idiot. Get away from me. You know what you're talking about. Go away from me, child. So, speak like a dragon, forked tongue. You know, he was a snake before you let me in. Then he let Joe Biden. Apollyon, the sun god, remember? They just had their Artemis rocket ritual twice. Remember, the dark side of the moon went around the same amount of time. And space that, well, that it took the time of the album, Dark Side, remember? Welcome to Machine. Oh, remember Eisenhower Awareness of the Military Industrial Complex. So, dripping sticky. Get out of here, T-Bone. You ain't no T-Bone. You ain't no meat. You're some 3D printed steak. Get away from me. You are. I can already tell your energy is low, like swine. Remember? Must be a pork steak. Well, okay, well, produce some meat here. That's not swine. There's a planet. Waylon, planet is the word wander. Saturn is a star, not a planet. There's no such thing as planets. Remember, I kind of got a thing. Bacon is all you got? Oh, okay. I know a little bit about Kronos. I have that time marker on my body, which is a representation of Satan, or the Saturnalia, remember? So I have a thing for stars. You know, like there'll be signs in the stars and the sun, right? And in the moon, right? Like the Magi, they were watching, you know, pointing up at the king stars. I got a few stars tattooed on my body. Planet is not, Father didn't create planets. Right? He didn't. He created, planet is the word wander, like the word alien is foreign. Gods don't come from the sky. Father created the stars. Father didn't come from the stars. Oh, no. Wipe this off. Just trying to get your alien tongue back in line because it's perverted. So, planet is, he created the stars, sun, and moon. Remember? So, well, no, that's why you know AI is a lie. They've already proven you can debunk, you can make it lie to you, you can twist it. It doesn't. There is no. People are using it like it's, you know, gold standard, or like it's the, you know, scriptural tech. You know, it's the word, and they don't. They've already shown it's just a hive mind. Grox is a mathematical equation. Ain't no different than you swiping your Safeway or your Piggly Wiggly cards. They keep track of everything. That's all it is. So, but it's going to push that because it's programmed. You know what I'm saying? They programmed it just like a computer. So I'm telling you, that's why it does what it does. I don't care which platform it is. You know what I mean? So be careful using it. I'm not saying you can't use it. You should use every tool you can. Just don't take it as, you know, 100%. There's a Piggly Wiggly. Okay, cool. So you know what I'm saying then, Waylon. Okay, so, but they track us, right? And then we give it to them and let them swipe it. And so it's got the hive mind or whatever. They get enough people shopping. They know what you want. Pretty soon they're going to be sending Amazon drones to your door. I was just thinking about that. There's an Amazon drone out there. I was just thinking about it. Your phone already knows what you want. Remember, people have already told. I used to tell people this. They didn't listen to me. Not you. Look for a chainsaw, right? And you type that in. I'm talking. You're on the back of your 20 acres. Your phone is up front on the charger, and you're back there going, man, I don't have a chainsaw. I think I should maybe look at, get it. And you go walk up on your phone, and it's giving you chainsaw. Yeah, you don't even have to type it in anymore. That's called algorithm. So. AI is just supposed to replace us. It's not like every industry revolution, like they say. Okay, well, nobody knows what AI is. I don't think any one of you, there's 16, there could be 25 or there could be 5 of you in here. I don't think any of you know what AI is. Not one of you in here probably do know what AI is. You don't know what it is. So you're lost. But that's okay. It doesn't make me better. It just makes me set apart. So, because there's no such thing as artificial. So if you think it's artificial, just leave now, because I'm not going to argue with you. I won't. It's math. That's all it is. It's just math. It's like a computer. It's just math. Computers don't learn. Computers can't think for themselves. Computers don't. It's called advanced. Like quantum computing. Do you do any basic math? How far did you go in math? Physics? Did you study? I didn't listen in school. Most of them I had to go after. I did. Most of my inner and overstanding, what I listened in basic public schools, I could debunk, found out most of it was a lie. But after knowledge is the word bis, hell is the word no knowledge. Hell's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. There's no gods in the sky, So these people like to fall for false tongues. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. The word alien is foreign. Planet is wander. You know what you're talking about. Remember, you know what the hell you're talking about if you don't know the definition of the word or words you're speaking. 99% of people don't know anything about advanced intelligence. It's a computer. Cycle, algorithm is a dancer, remember? That's all it is. But now you want to give it life. Now they're going to say that they've got a reason to whack you with their computers now. Terminator much? It's easy to see where they're going with this. So, but you don't see it. Like you don't see they're getting ready of all this oil so they can go to all our Tartaria Antiquitech. You think this is the first time we've had electricity? You take copper and you spin it around a magnet and you spin that around, right? You wrap that makes electricity. You don't think I had electricity a million years ago? Yes, I did. Get away from me. This is the first time we've had a computer. Computer is a math problem. You have a meth problem or something. You're a Mexican American. I don't know what drugs you're on, but something. You're chooching on something, not some natural cannabinoids or something. You're on some kind of, I don't know, whatever. I'm not accused. People come in here and constantly accuse me of being on drugs. Not too often, but we haven't had it in a while. People have something, I don't know, that kind of went away, Father help. But this is all, if you can convince the public that the computer is alive, well, the computers are, the bots, the droids, the super soldiers. Yeah. Musk has got freaking warehouses of these things. China's got them. I'm just pretty sure Mr. Satan Yahoo's got them too. That's what they sent down to Venezuela. Super soldiers. Remember people's eyes and stuff were bleeding. They were like frequency. Already using them. So soft programming you, predictive programming you. Remember? I'll be back. Like John Connor, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Remember that on the Marty McFly? Back to the Future. It's all programmed. So you could write a book in 5 minutes flat at this rate. So what the hell does that mean? So, brothers, sisters, computers don't learn. There is no artificial. It's called advanced intelligence. You let them move the goalposts. It's called Agenda 2021, Sustainable Development for the 21st Century, not 30. Agenda, yeah. 2 consecutive earnings negative is a recession. Oh, let's move the goalpost because the unemployment numbers. Yeah, you let them use and move the goalpost on you the whole time. All right? It's not a constitutional republic. It's a freaking corporation. So grow up. So stop being a child. You want to come here and have a conversation, you have to act like an adult. I don't care if you have a degree. It means you're in a box, remember? Locked up in a box. Get away from me. Father doesn't care and actually does not prefer us to have letters in front of our names or titles. Remember, God is a title. So Because everybody's doing it, Tova. Because the whole world does it, remember? The masse, the eating of human flesh, the vampism, they'll suck you dry. They do. They try to suck the spirit out of you. Remember Hokadesh? So thanks for coming in, but I'm not going to, again, for a minute, then you'll know I don't suck the viper. So most people are, this is why we shouldn't let whites breed. Sarah, nobody's ever been white. Or Sarah, here, let's show this racist, because we're in here. We're going to stomp out racism in here. S-O-R-A, Sora. Okay, gate. Light, broad gate, pill, kill, bill, pizza, gate. And here, we got one. And I boy or girl, gate. Remember the pizza gates? Look up at this comment. I opened the comment. Nobody was ever white. You're an idiot. Or black, remember? You have no scriptural, biblical, or history is written in a book. You don't have any reference, do you? Nobody was ever called white. Oh, can't sin. That's not the first time she's been married. Why is she wearing a white? She can never sin. Dress? Yeah, right. You might want to address, redress. I'm redressing grievances. What you said is nonsense. White. Nobody's ever called white or black. You're guilty. You already committed sin. That doesn't even matter. Put them in a cage. Nobody's called black. Racist pig. Get away from me, swine. Nobody's white. Do I look white? Melanin? He didn't put melanin in our skin for color. It's because how close he put us to the equator shaped our eyes. You're a racist. Stomp out racism. I told you. There's 4 children from 4 different continents. Maybe Russia, one from China, one from Asia, one. Oh, do they see color? Color is taught. Racism is taught to people, and you're a racist. Get out of here, you racist swine. I grew up in the concrete jungle, in the mixing pot. I grew up as a minority. You wouldn't know what that's like, huh? Because you see color. I don't see color. Get away from me, racist. One race, the human race. Act with humanity, the human race. So, cultures and customs. Nothing wrong with, knowing where you came from, but not by color. Shut up, dude. Whatever, you white, you holding your breath. Now you look like, oh wait, let's be, what do you call a blue Smurf? That breeds with a black Smurf. A Smigger. I mean, what are you going to be racist now? I don't do racist, remember? None of them. I don't like white niggers, black niggers, brown niggers, red niggers, or yellow niggers. Maybe you're one of them white niggers and you hold your breath. You're like a blue nigger. Or maybe the orange nigger in chief, right? Oh, nigger's an attitude, not a color. Has nothing to do with melanin. Neither does the shape of our eyes, does it? Oh, yeah, how close he put us to the equator or not is why we have melanin in our skin or shaped our eyes. When a man's got my back, I'm a military veteran, and somebody's trying to pop my grape, split my wig, and I got bullets flying over this man has my 6. You think I care about the shape of his skin? Yeah, shape. You're so worried about shapes and colors. I don't figure, mix it up a little bit for you. Or the color of his eyes. Grow up, man. Oh, now you got blue eyes. Oh, you sound like Mr. Svasti now. Oh, they got to have blue eyes. Get out of here, you racist pig. Never had anybody set you straight, right? I grew up in the concrete jungle. Everybody tried to kick my ass and take my money. I want to eat breakfast or lunch. I had to, make my way to school. So nobody was more ornery to me or less ornery. We're all human beings. We all got to be here together. But we got people like you, obviously, racist. Get away from this platform. Don't ever come back on any platform. Why don't you be one of these people? Oh, man, the world must be flat because when people leave town, they never come back. Right? Where everybody you grew up said nigger this and nigger that. Because that's all you knew. Remember, you grew up in a little hick town. The world's flat. People never come back when they leave town. You're just childish is all. Racism is taught. Remember 4 children sitting there playing the playground, one from China, one from Russia, one from Africa, one from the Persia, Iran. Do they see color? No, they just play with each other. Racism is taught, and somebody taught it to you. They taught that to you. So you're a racist slime ball, low energy pig is what you are. Father will judge you, right? No, he'll condemn you. We all come from Father, source. So you're going to tell me one of us is below each other because of our melanin? Dude, what kind of freak show are you? Clown show. Painting your face or something, you know? What do you want me to put on the black face like Mr. Trudeau, Castro, you know, Canada, the guy to the north there, their leader, one of their... So who led you to believe that there's colors or races? You're a racist is what you are. I guess they left, so you probably moderate them. So, but there you go. There's a lesson, remember? What are you, a white nigger holding your breath now? You're a smurfette? You're a female or Papa Smurf, Smigger, remember? Blue nigger? Shut up. I can't stand racists, brothers, sisters. I don't like that. We're all bleed red blood. I've seen it. But we're all the same. We all die. How are we any different? Every stinking one of us is going to die. We all bleed red blood. How are we any different? I just can't wrap my brain around that. So maybe it's because of where I grew up. Maybe it's because I was a veteran. Maybe then just the spirit inside me. But you just said the word nigger. It's an attitude. Like you got a chip on your shoulder, like you're better than somebody else. That's what that means. So thanks for letting me share that with you. And I know YouTube doesn't like it, but I don't care what YouTube likes. So until you don't see color, you're not welcome. Come back here when you stop seeing colors and you see one race, the human race, then you're welcome back here. Otherwise, you act with some humanity, come back because you're not welcome here. So you know. If you see color, please leave now. We have different cultures and customs and come from different continents and, you know, have wandered around, but we're not different races. We're one race, we're the human race. So if you can't act with humanity, you're not welcome on this platform ever. Well, this channel, okay? It's not mine. It's everybody falls into this same standard here. So he had a favorite. He had pride. Remember Aaron and Levite. So he didn't love the Gentiles. But Father, under this covenant said white, black, brown, red, and yellow. Remember Jew, Gentile, man, and woman. So don't be racist. 144,000, not 1201 from Jeremiah or Judah, because they didn't succumb to, you know, this racism. Red gods, leotarded Jesus gods, little spandex Jesus. Remember the red one or the white Jesus over here if you want to do white. White, remember? That's evil. The halo, remember? Hello. Like the crown, like the serpent. Anytime you see a halo in an image, that's evil. Oh, but there's one behind Jesus. I know. So careful with the serpent. Do like the hood of a serpent, remember? Oh, remember, that's the crown. Get it? I come quickly. So you think you're going to go before Father under this covenant and belittle, put one below because of melanin? What I just told you is the aletheia, the truth. If you can't handle it, then you can still leave. So we're under this covenant. We're all equally yoked, and you trying to put one above another, that's Old Testament. I don't want to hear it. He had a favorite. He had his heavens. So that's Old Testament. We're not... Praise Allah, the pedophile. This guy's into a pedophile. Hold on. Let's see. YouTube account. Tell us who wrote the Quran. Let's see if you have an education like one of these Christians. Or remember Catholicism, same thing. They follow the Pope Papa, right? So tell everybody who wrote the Quran. with your pedophile that comes from Satan. Remember, he married Semiramis, and then when he died, she had sex with her son. That'll give you a little hint who wrote your Quran. You got the education of a Christian or a Catholic or a Protestant or a Presbyterian or a Baptist. You're just a Christian without a sun god. Allah, that's not Elohim, child. Smash the Hebrew Israelites, fake ones too. The only way through the fathers through Elohim, Hokadesh. Remember? Shiloh, not some pedophile marrying children. So, YouTube, would you like to tell us who wrote the Quran? You can do this in other channels, might work for you, but it don't work here, does it, huh? Allah, Allah, Kamala, Allah, Akbar. So, is it okay to touch kids? Would you like to answer that question? Marry kids? Sicken these people, it's okay for these people, right? So people come do all kinds of things that are not, pleasing to Father. Father creates a lot more evil on this rock, right? Most people are evil and go to hell. So remember he said you'd be able to have a millstone tied around your neck and be cast into the sea and to hurt one hair on my children's head. So okay, but fallen doesn't mean from the stars. And remember, I'm asking who wrote the Quran, Toba. And angelos is the word messenger. Angel. Remember? You ever seen an angel? You ever met an angel? In real life? Or maybe the interweb? So, no comment. Mr. Muhammad Allah Akbar Ali, I guess he left us. Ali oxen free. They are free to roam, I guess, right? So whatever, that didn't come together like I thought. That's all right. Come together right now over me. What's the word of the day? Legs. Spread the word. Oh. All right, guys. So I think I may have found another solution out here at the ministry. We'll see. I have that hearing coming up with the Planning Commission for this public hearing on the 21st. I'll probably file all the permits at that time for the electric, the septic. I'm going to go for my inspections, not septic tank, and try to get the other lines and the there's 3 test holes that need to be dug, but there's another pole over to the northwest that's about 80 feet on that other the other 20 that I used to own, but it's actually over on the farm. That pole could service both of these properties very easily. So I think I may be able to talk to them about that and reduce some of this. Now I'll have to change everything on my site plan map, but I don't think they'll hold me up on it, because now I don't know. I have to have them come out because I got to pay them like $200 to come out here and $50 to become part of the co-op, or $40 or whatever it is. But once I do that, I can have them come out and take a look at it. So I don't think the county will dink me on that, because this is the only end of the county that it's like that. It's because I live at the end of the line. See, most properties, that power pole sits and it takes care of, if you divide it in like into 4s, and that's why they're charging me $8,000+ because when it can serve 4, she sold me $2,100. She thought there was properties around. She didn't look at the map, but once she looked at it, she sees that this pole is sitting on this farmer's property, and all of this is farm. So nobody's going to ever put power from this side, pretty much. Now, I'm the only one from this side on this pole that's sitting out right in front of me. If it's 4 properties, right, and that pole sits, because normally these poles sit on the end of the property lines, right on the end to service the 4. Because I didn't know how she went from $2,100 to like 86 or something. And then if I need to get an actual pole too, and they string it above, that's a higher cost. So, but because of where I'm at on the power line, this was the very end. This is where they tied it up, and there was a farm down that way. So for them, they shifted everything over that way, just at the end of this power line. You know what I'm saying? Just at the end of this power line. So normally we're on each 20, or in some cases 5s, like out on the highway, it's 5 to 5 on the highway. But out here, they're on the end of but they're further apart, right? They don't end on my property line, on this property line. They're over because of the farm that was over there. It's over and back that way. You know what I'm saying? It's further, but it's still on this line. It's 3 miles that way, and then 2 miles that way, probably to maybe a little less on foot. Okay. I mean, you can see it from here. Remember, it's that other one that's right over there. But what they did is you're saying, see what they did? They went to accommodate, because I was figuring, why is this the only place? I mean, there may be some others, but not too many places. When they laid the power out here, that's what I'm saying. It makes sense. When you lay the power line, you put it right on the edge of the marker so it can service that one can service that property, that property, that property, and that property. But because I'm out on the end of the power line so far out, right, and that one was shifted over, my pole sits right almost in the middle of my property, right, of this one. But it's kind of weird because the next pole over sits just a little bit onto Kevin's property. Now, it's not on his property because it's on the farm. See what I'm saying? It's kind of shifted over. This whole side is shifted. And I know why, because there's a farm down there. They probably told him, hey, when you put this in, will you squeeze her over that way? They're like, yeah, whatever. It's the end of the line. Who cares? There's nothing out there. You know what I'm saying? There was no farms out here. This was the end, and it still is the end of the power. So what I'm thinking, because she went from 2 to 5 to 8. That's how her math went. I sat there and listened to her do the whatever. When she was looking at it, went from how 2, if they can service 4, 5, I think if they can service 2, and 8 if they can only service 1, because they can make 2, 4, 6, 8 off of the same can, with this going up the same can and hooking to each 4 people. Kind of halves it when there's more. You got to pay a little bit more if there's 2, 8 if there's a single, because they can make that 2, 4, 6, 8. So kind of a weird number, huh? Wasn't 268, it was 258. So I didn't know how that, and it was like 5,600. So that's better. 56 is better than 86 or 87 or something like that. So I have to shift everything over that way, and it's fine. I don't mind if it goes over that way. I don't know if Kevin will do much improvements to this property over here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he will or not. He has the ability to do it, but I don't know if he will. I think, and I'm not giving it up or anything, but I think he went back to Colorado, where he has houses out there. There is a possibility he might not ever come back here again. I don't hope that. I hope he comes back here and enjoys it and builds out and loves it, because he enjoys it here. I'm saying a lot. So, and whatever, had that little thing with the neighbor, but I think he took him back there too. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a big deal. It was all taken care of. But the driveway down that way is going to suck more, because that's, there's more. I haven't really developed all of that driveway like I have this one, but I'll figure it out. So I think that's what I'm going to shoot for. Or I'll just string it. Now, I don't know how far I can come over from the northwest back onto this property, but I think if I can get my smart meter or meter, I'm going to see if I can get an analog over the power somewhere to the property. I can always come off of that. Maybe I can. That's what I was thinking, because I was thinking about doing that before. Um, where this building's at, and then where I put these in between the Rusty Dragon. I wouldn't mind switching these two out. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do this, but whatever. I just have to take the skirting off around the bottom and pull the windmill off. Just take something, get it fastened so I can move it and just pull it that way. It's already sitting that way. I just have to have somebody come hook up and basically pull it over that way, right? And then maybe pull the single wide over this way, and then I might shoot it over closer to the fence and maybe move it up just a little bit more and closer to the fence. And then I'd probably have to I'll probably do something with this, the garage here behind, figure out just something. It could stay there, but I might figure out another place to put it too, because it'll probably hook up and yank it around. But I'm thinking it might be a better, to move this over and flip-flop these. It'd be nice to bring the ministry over here and have it all fenced in, you know what I'm saying? Douglas Suggs, so that's what I was thinking maybe I can do, so I have to get through. I wanted to pay the co-op and get in, and try to have them come out here, but I need to get the county to, I don't want to put odds on it. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen at that hearing. But there's a lot of work that has already gone into, and I've already paid the, for the conditional use permit. And they want my money. You know what I'm saying? They're going to take my money, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not saying 100% that I'll get the approval, but I do think there is, the probability of that is very high at this point. I don't want to say yes or no 100%. Nothing's 100% until it's done, right? So, but if they do approve that, then I can almost immediately have the electric company come out, and then I can start going again, because I'm kind of in a pause. It'll at least let me know what I need to do, because maybe they'll say, no, it don't matter what you do. It's 8 or 8. And then I'm not going to do that. If it's the same price, then I'm just going to go right from here. No reason to do the whole flip flopper, so it's like I said, it's a little bit of a setback and a little bit of unknown, but I think I'll be able to get this, taken care of either way. One way or another, I'm going to get her done. Or another. I'm going to get you. Okay, so, but, yeah. I'm kind of anticipating that coming up this week here. So Tuesday is the day. So that'll be a neat stage to get past, guys. I'll probably be on Taco Tuesday. I'll probably be talking about it. So I think it's later in the day. So probably not until, I don't think the meeting will take too long, but I'll definitely up you a date. If we get the approval, I'll be happy for the ministry. You know what I'm saying? I'll be totally stoked for this ministry to get the ability to get this place on the grid. So we can get better. I'll do better. I'll do my live streaming from over there, which I'm sure I'll much better quality. I think it won't be so blurry over there, and just better lighting. The ceilings aren't real high in there, and the lighting's not way up above my head. So I'll still have the 4G camera for a little bit, but in future tense, I might look at getting some hardwired internet out here. Since I'm on the grid and have power, I think I can get, I don't want to have Wi-Fi. So, and I don't know about Starlink. I'm going to look into that. I don't know how that works. So I don't think that's like a Wi-Fi, putting out those, but I don't know how I know Starlink works like a satellite. So it'll be like Dish Network or something like that. So I don't know how that works. I'll have to look into it and research it. But I have not done TV in decades, so um, don't have enough time to sit down in front of the boob tube. So I always had fish tanks and many a times a garden. You know what I mean? Fish tanks in a garden. So that'll keep you busy. So, uh, all right. Well, what time is it? All right, we're gonna wrap her up. Let's wrap her up. So, okay, much agape. Thank you for that super chat earlier. We'll put it towards the ministry. Either way, we're gonna have more costs to cover here, but we'll get it done. Like I said, I eventually would like to get that feed mill, before the freeze dryer. That's what kind of was a little bit bummed about having to pay $8,000 instead of $2,000, because that would have bought a freeze dryer, bought that feed mill, and then a couple bales of hay, right, or a couple bales of alfalfa or something like that, and it would have taken. But I'll figure it out. Like I said, I'll know Tuesday if I get the approval. And if I get the approval, I'll get a hold of the co-op here at the Mid-State Electric, and I'll join their co-op, and then I'll send them whatever, how they pay them that couple $100, and they'll probably send somebody out within a week. They said they can get out here. So I'll know within a week what I need to do with the power. And once that happens, man, then I'll just have more motivation out here to, there's things that I'm doing out here. I'm just not getting as much done as I was. I need to know where to move this thing, where the power is going, whether I need to dig, a trench, or if they're going to put in a line over the road, or there's just a lot of unknown that I can't keep. I want to keep moving forward. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to waste any time. I want to get this knocked out. I'd like to throw a fishing pole in the water before the end of summertime. I bought a fishing license and I haven't had one in probably 10 or 15 years. And it's April and I still haven't gone fishing yet, not even one single day, so I don't have to, and whatever. It's not the end of the world if I threw that money away, but I'd like to throw a pole in the water, even if I don't catch anything. It's just to get away from the house, spend some time not on the ministry, but I work full time, on the ministry. So it is my job. So it'd be nice to be able to get this ironed out and know, I can head in one direction or the other. So we're still moving forward. But like I said, we had a little bit of a delay, but it's not the end of the world. And if it's an extra cost, that would be a delay, but it's just a matter of financing. So I have assets. I'll get some things sold. I don't know how long it'll take me to sell it, but the weather's getting better. The driveway is conducive to people coming out here now, so it's totally possible. Father's will be done. I have, like I said, I have one last vehicle I can finally sell. I've sold all my vehicles for the ministry, but I'll sell the last one. I can't sell the 4Runner because I wouldn't have anything to drive, but I've sold every other vehicle I have out here that I can, and so this is the last one. So that'll be a little bit of a chunk too. So we can make it up. We'll make it up. I'm not going to delay this. Father really hasn't delayed it much. A little hiccup's not the end of the road, man. You know what I'm saying? So $6,000 is a pretty big bump, not a hiccup, I guess, but it's not the end of the, it might have to come at the end of the summer instead of the beginning of the summer. So hallelujah. We're still moving forward though every day. So come back if you're not a part of the ministry and you want to see us progress out here and grow. And then again, future tense, there's always the ability for people to come out and join, this physical ministry. There will be a lot more amenities out here at that point. It won't be an off the grid, quite so roughing it when you come out here, but a little more of your creature comforts if you can ever make it out this way. So appreciate your time. Come back when you have some more time. And if you want to tie to the ministry, there are links through Cash App and PayPal. Not a requirement to be a part of this ministry. The only thing you got to do to be a part of this ministry is put good comments, show good fruit in here, and produce light, not darkness. So do that, hang around, and be a part of it. this is continuing to progress on a daily basis, and I'm glad I can have you guys join me here to document this. Father's watching, so hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for the seeing eye, those that can be a witness to what we're doing out here. We're not doing this to gain, we're doing this to give. We can give to others through the ministry, not just the gospel here, but things such as food, which is really important to me, to have good organic food. So that's going to get me closer to being able to do that as well. So excited about that too, being able to have extra, thank you, Father, for, the ability to have this abundance. He said that, if you don't go after other gods and sky and deities and make up your own rules, your baskets will be overflowing. You'll have abundance and bounty, and that's what we have out here in the ministry. So that's what I'm trying to take, the bounty and the abundance that he's given it, and tithe it back to the ministry. So thank you, Father, for that. Like I said, and there's always a place if you need to come out here and you want to get away from this big city lights. The broad is the way that leads to the wide gate that leads to hell. Many are called, but few are chosen. Few find the straight gate. Most people go to hell. That's what the scripture says. So, but it's not for me to decide who is chosen and who is not. Remember, that's already been decided. He already paid the bride price. They are his purchased possession. He'll come back and pick them up at the wedding. So, not a religion. So, might want to go back and study what the word says. So, thank you, Father. We continue to produce fruit out to this ministry, even if we never do produce a physical, actual food for the body, that we're producing and giving out meat here, not watered down, but the milk, not watered down. And that's what's given through this ministry. That's all we have to give. You don't have to give anybody a single dime to clothes off your back. Remember, when you clothed him, you clothed me, but I'm not saying, but charity is of the agape, it's of the gospel. That's what you're supposed to go out and share. The gospel. That's it. That's the requirement. Everything else is secondary. So what I do with the food thing is just because it's the righteous, and it's an organic thing to me too. I want to get my ability to have as many people in this ministry eating the best possible food we can eat. We're supposed to keep our bodies. See, the body's a temple. We're supposed to take care of our temple, So remember, you got two of them right here on the top of your head. So take care of this too. Get spiritually right, okay? Above all things, make sure you're eating, remember, the meat, and drinking the milk. Don't let people give you watered down Jesus, okay? Whatever, you know what I'm saying. So, okay, love you, brothers, sisters that are in the narrow way. Come back when you have some more time. Thanks for the time that you have. Comments are a great way to give to this ministry. If you don't have a monetary tithe, the thumbs up for 33 of those, appreciate those. That, hey, it lets people in the algorithm get eyes on this channel. I don't promote the channel. I don't do anything. Father does it all. So if you choose to hit that thumbs up button, it's to you. But it is a way to hit that, to donate to the ministry without spending a single dime. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, you can do that now. And if you haven't hit the thumbs up button, you can do that now. Much agape, Tova. Thank you for all your good comments this first part of the day. We're already into the next day here where I'm at, and I'm sure that all of us are here. I'm on the left coast. So seize the day, guys. Go prepare either way. Yesterday's a better day to do the things that much agape, Tova. Appreciate your comments. Maybe one day you can come out here and visit the ministry. So I'll be here, not going anywhere. And there's space out here. And again, future tense, we'll have some more creature comforts, especially for things like the ladies. Flushing toilets, hey, that's pretty nice, right? No, everybody's got one. Well, we'll have both. So we'll have both composting and the flushing. But yeah, there's lots of neat things to do out here. Just an amazing spot. But we're not going anywhere. All in good time, Father's will be done. So I'm not trying to force Father's hand to do anything. He knows exactly what he's doing. He doesn't make a mistake. So a single one, never has and never will. So let him work in your life, brothers, sisters. Let him do what he needs to do, and follow the Lamb. Remember, go after what you know, you're getting tired of the donkey and the elephant, you're going to have to watch this stuff. You can't pull your head out of the sand, you know, with this politic nonsense. But if you get tired of this clown show again with the circus, the donkey and the elephant, stock up on the lamb, brothers, sisters. Stock up on the lamb. All right, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse.